Go. Okay. We are online. Hello. Good morning, everybody. Please take a seat or install yourself. Welcome to this wonderful place. It's what is it? It's the wonderful today. That the most easiest way to know how you what is express Wrocław is Wrocław. Remember Wrocław. You should always do this gesture. So wonderful that you are all here. Of course, we have fantastic guests. We have a fantastic program. But I also would like to maybe immediately say that you have experienced already a very warm welcome here also from the staff. I mean, it's amazing. I don't know if you know, but when you entered, there was even a cake in front of the door to start with. But you will have, of course, later on the opportunity to enjoy that. And of course, we are in Wrocław because our president is from Wrocław, Jakub Mazur. I will introduce him very soon. We have a fantastic program for 3 days, actually, and we already started on Friday evening with a couple of, well, it's 25 students, 30 students. Some of them are here in the back. But they are working actually also on a place, 2 places in here in Wrocław. So in that sense, it's already buzzing. METREX is already buzzing in the city. So that's fantastic to see happening. We have also, of course, colleagues from all over Poland coming to this conference. We will have, well, we have you, people from all over Europe are coming to this conference or already arrived. And in that sense, it will be really a Wrocław European conference, and it's very simple to look at it. It's really true, topographically, but maybe, you know, maybe today, for these coming 2 days, we are really in the center of Europe. And in that sense, you know, people are listening to us because we are also streamed. So people who are here joining us online, and that we noticed there's quite a number of them already, so that's fantastic. So we can also wave in the camera, I think it's that camera, to welcome the program. Very important things before I hand over the word to our president. One is you've gotten this badge. Maybe it is said, but this badge is also your public transport card. So don't lose it. They know, I don't know how they know it, but anyways, they know that you are from METREX and that you can move around here in the city. And there's even a number of days mentioned. And of course, there's the program. 3 days. Fantastic. So in that sense, it's an important ticket to also keep with you and also for tomorrow. The visits we will do later on, I will explain a bit later on. But anyways, also there we will use public transport, obviously. So you need this little thing here to work with in the coming days. I will hand over the word to Jakub Mazur, our president. He will say, of course, something about the city, etc. And then later on, we have some very special guests also here in our presence. So please, Jakub.
Thank you, Henk. First of all, I must thank to Henk Bouwman, our Secretary General, and also Stephen, who are priceless. Those people are really tremendous, amazing people who organize every conference, even help us in many dimensions to organize this conference. So thank you very much. And as I'm welcoming all of you here, being present in Barbara, this symbolic place for Wrocław as well, but also those who are somewhere watching us through stream, I'd like to say a few words about Wrocław, but also about this conference. And there's always, at the beginning, because I'm here at the place, because I'm in the center of my beloved city, there are a lot of emotions. And there's one quote, Alexander Hamilton, because we have special guests from United States, so I start with some American accent. Alexander Hamilton said to Thomas Jefferson, there are around 1 million words in English, but I could never string them together in a proper way to express how much I want to hit you with a chair. In that case, it is about emotions I feel and how much I'd like to thank you for being here with us, how much I admire this society and community of experts, how much it is important for us to be here at this certain point at the certain moment of becoming part of a change that is happening. I'd like to thank you that your wisdom, your experience is far beyond only your homeland, so only your small little countrysides and your little cities, regions. It is more about Europe, about how we shape the future of region, how we are trying to put all those actors together, and we are doing this here in Wrocław. I'd like to thank you for your responsibility of being a part of something bigger, of this synergy that we are able to create together. I'd like to thank you for your thinking about something that is more important than our present generation. And first of all, from the bottom of my heart, I'd like to thank you for that is happening here in Wrocław, my beloved city, that is happening in the city that is historically, let's say, central of Europe, but also looking through all history, heritage, present moment and future, we could say that for us, but not only, according to words of Norman Davies and his microcosm, that he tried to put all Europe in one pill. This pill is Wrocław, is Wrocławia, is Breslau, currently is Wrocław. And we must say that because we started this discussion here in Wrocław, we experienced some kind of, especially after last year, some kind of different specific momentum of being part of a big change. And there are a lot of words that we can express about future, but we feel that, and I feel, and I know that we are at some kind of turning point of history. And also Churchill, yesterday we talked with Czech about Churchill's word, that you can never recognize that this turning point of history, it takes wisdom, it takes some distance to be aware. And we are aware of it. I'm sure that because of your experience, of different experience, coming from north to south, from east to west, we can merge it and we can create some added value that is common to our metropolitan regions and areas. We have this vision, and because of this, we have this courage to create some kind of tools that we can implement in favor of our inhabitants. Please do remember that all together, gathered here, and being on the other side of the screen, we represent 125 million of Europeans, of those inhabitants. It gives us mandate, it gives us courage, it also obligates us to have this wisdom to create future, to create efficient tools, to be implemented, to demand it in front of the European Commission, to have big dreams. Let me finish with a quote that Adriana May inspired me yesterday. History shows us that the people who end up changing the world, the great political, social, scientific, technological, artistic, even sport revolutionaries, are always nuts until they are right, and then they are geniuses. So let us be nuts until it turns out that we are geniuses. Thank you very much.
That's a very good way to go forward. Let's get nuts. Let's be nuts, and let's also get nuts. And by the way, we are nuts 3 or something, is it? Even European institutions call us nuts, as you know. Not through, but nuts. Thank you very much, Jakub. And of course, we are in Wrocław, and we are in a city which also has produced, of course, fantastic people in the past, let's say writers, painters. We went to a fantastic building yesterday. So in that sense, we have really a fantastic and rich history. But we have also someone not amidst us because she couldn't be here, but she's in Israel, I understood. Yeah. But she's, let's say, one of the current great minds of Wrocław, and that's Olga Tokarczuk, if I pronounce well. She's a Nobel Prize winner of literature. So we have her on the screen, as far as I know. So our guys behind all these machines there will show her, and she has a message for us, and of course that will also help us to get a bit more nuts.
Szanowni Państwo, jest mi niezwykle miło przywitać Państwa we Wrocławiu. Bardzo się cieszę, że moje miasto może być w tym roku gospodarzem tak ważnego wydarzenia, jakim jest wiosenna konferencja METREX-u. Wierzę, że Państwa dyskusje, warsztaty, rozmowy, te oficjalne, te nieoficjalne, będą prowadziły do szukania odpowiedzi na obecne kryzysy w Europie i wzmocnią głos najważniejszych miast i regionów w kształtowaniu polityki europejskiej. Jestem wdzięczna jako Europejka, że podejmujecie Państwo ten wysiłek, żeby uczynić ten świat lepszym i naprawić to, co zostało popsute. Dziękuję za tę pracę. Życzę Wam wspaniałego czasu we Wrocławiu. Pozdrawiam serdecznie.
Yes, because thank you for such a message. Because of course, the theme, or let's say the issue we will talk about here, issues, are of course about the current crisis in Europe, and they are not small, and they are not single. I mean, it's unbelievable what is happening in Europe, what is happening to the world. And let's say, I think also people are looking at us, and we should also take the responsibility, of course, to address that and to see how much we can do, as also said here, how much we can do, how we can take that responsibility, and how we can really change it into a better place to live in for people. So in that sense, we have also quite, let's say, a burden on our shoulders. We really have a responsibility on our shoulders also the coming days to discuss this through, to hear from all kind of sides from Europe, from Poland, from rest of Europe, but also from the US. We have some interesting announcements also to make there. And I think it is really good to understand that that we should also really act on that. That's not only nice talking and being let's say, in a fantastic place here, but also really act on that, take things home, and also reflect back to us all, let's say, to really make things happen, because that is, of course, what is needed. For now, we start with explanation on Wrocław, where you are. Well, you are in Wrocław, you know that, of course, but there's no one else here in Wrocław, I think, who can explain better, who can explain history of Wrocław better. We already experienced that yesterday in the afternoon, a tour to the city with Lukasz Medexka. Let's say, he is here director of the strategy department in Wrocław, but also a managing committee member in METREX. We are very happy with him. He already did as a tour, and I think the tour could also have taken 2 weeks. And I think you could have talked for 2 weeks on what's happening here. But he will do it in a bit slightly shorter time here. So I would like to ask Lukasz here to the stage to say some things about Wrocław, where it is coming from, where it's going to. So please, Lukasz, take the floor. You need this.
Thank you. First of all, welcome to the Urbis Wratislawie Silesiorum Metro. As you can see, we already had the METREX attitude back in the 17th century. And yet another METREX slide, this time from the 18th century, Wratislavia Silesie Metropolis. This means that Wrocław, Breslau, is the historical capital of Silesia. The hidden meaning behind it is that Silesia sometimes dreamed about having a bigger position, even becoming autonomous. But first of all, where are we? As Henk already mentioned, we are right in the center of Europe. We are quite close to as many as 3 big European capitals, to Prague, to Warsaw, to to Berlin, and not so far away from us are also Vienna, Budapest, and Bratislava, so 6 capitals, quite close to Wrocław. The region historically has been divided into 2 newer regions, the Lower Silesia and the Upper Silesia. Wrocław is the capital of Lower Silesia. You can see these rather complicated borders here on this map. We had several names, you have to know. In German times, that city was called Breslau, now it's called Wrocław. Wrocław is the Polish name, but the Latin name, for example, is Wratyslavia. And we have also had some names like Breslavia or Wrotysla. The slide you see here, maybe it's not so very clear, but this is actually the table of contents of the book called Microcosm. It was written by 2 British historians, Norman Davies and Roger Moorhouse, and the book is about history of Wrocław. And each chapter of the book is actually titled with a different name of the city. So every other era in the history of the city has its own name, let's say. The complexity of the city is also clearly visible here in the coat of arms of Wrocław, where you have 5 elements. In the center of the coat of arms, there is the head of St. John the Baptist, the patron of Wrocław. We are a city, and this is something I mentioned already yesterday during our tour, we are a city built on rivers. We have 5 main rivers and several smaller ones. We have at least 100 bridges. We have a couple of islands right in the city center, and I think you've already had an occasion to see at least some of those islands. This is an example of one of the freshly renovated bridges in Wrocław. So now a bit of history. Where do we come from? The first historically known ruler of this part of Europe was a certain guy called Marbot, or the Big Crow. He was the leader of the German tribe of Marcomanni, and he fought Romans. Lower Silesia was the part of the Marcomanni state at the time. By the way, this guy is one of the main characters of the Netflix series Barbarians, so if you want to see Marbot, he's there. Silesia, as you've already seen, was an important region, well, important part, historical part, first of the Czech kingdom, then of the Polish state. It went from hands to hands historically. The peak of political significance of Silesia was in the 13th century, when Silesia became the center of the so-called Henry's monarchy, Henry's in plural. Henry's because we had some princes named Henry who had an ambition of becoming kings of Poland. Their state was covered at least half of the medieval Poland. This was also the time of big economical development, of cultural development. This was the time when Wrocław was officially, formally founded or established. But unfortunately, this all ended tragically in 1241 with the Mongol invasion. The last of these important Henry princes died at the Battle of Legnica. His famous last words in Polish are "Gorzej nam się stało," which means that we were experiencing disaster, a catastrophe. So Silesia, I think, politically never recovered from that disaster to this day. The Mongol invasion was also the time of activity of a Dominican monk by the name of Czesław, who, as the legend goes, repelled the Mongol army from the walls of Wrocław by asking God to give him a fireball from the sky and throwing the fireball at the Mongols. So he then became the Blessed Czesław. His tomb is here in one of the churches in the center of the city, and he's one of also our holy patrons. Wrocław was part of the Hanseatic network, and this fact was commemorated in the 18th century by erecting a statue of Neptune in one of the main squares in the center of the city, the so-called Nowy Targ or Neumarkt or New Market Square. Actually, last year we had quite a sensational discovery, because the original statue of Neptune has been discovered, not in Wrocław, in one of the villages in Lower Silesia, and we are currently analyzing what to do with it and whether to return the statue of Neptune to that square. From the 16th century, Wrocław was the part of the Habsburg Empire. Some of you had an occasion to see the university and the Church of the Name of Jesus, which were built during the Habsburg rule. One of the most well-known writers from Wrocław from that time was Angelus Silesius, the famous Catholic mystic and poet who lived here. And here is this Aula Leopoldina, the most brilliant, wonderful hall in Wrocław. Yesterday, some of you had an occasion to see Aula Leopoldina. The name Aula Leopoldina commemorates the Emperor Leopold I Habsburg, who was the founder of the University of Wrocław. And his statue actually stands there in the central place of the aula. One more interesting thing, and something that tells us a story about the identity of this place, identity of this part of Europe. There is a definition of Central Europe as this part of Europe where you have the monuments of Saint John Nepomuk. Saint John Nepomuk was a Czech saint, and he was very much venerated during the Counter-Reformation Baroque times, and his statues are scattered everywhere across Central Europe. In Wrocław alone, we have at least 3 statues of Saint John Nepomuk, and the one on the Cathedral Island is considered by some to be the largest, actually, statue of Saint John Nepomuk in the world. So that shows the significance of Wrocław for Central Europe. The Habsburg rule ended in mid-18th century, where, as an effect of Silesian wars, the Prussian king Frederick II conquered Silesia and Wrocław, and Silesia became parts of Prussia. Wrocław became one of the 3 capitals of Prussia, actually, together with Berlin and Königsberg. And Wrocław started to play, I would say, a quite big symbolic role in German and Prussian, and before that, Prussian identity. This was in Breslau, in Wrocław, that the Prussian king, Frederick William III, issued the famous proclamation, "An mein Volk," to my people, in 1813, calling the Germans to defeat Napoleon. This was a very important event in German history of the 19th century. In Wrocław lived the guy who wrote the German national anthem. You can see him here. One of the most famous architects who lived in Wrocław, Karl Gotthard Langhans, is actually the author of the Brandenburg Gate in Berlin. And that's why the gate to the zoo in Wrocław looks a bit like the Brandenburg Gate, because it's actually very near to the area where Langhans lived. Then, one of the iconic objects, architectural objects in Wrocław, the Centennial Hall, or Jahrhunderthalle, was built in 1913 exactly to commemorate the 100th anniversary of that An mein Volk proclamation I mentioned before. The hall was declared, as you can see, contemporarily a UNESCO World Heritage Site, and I strongly recommend you to see the hall personally. Wrocław, and this is something we may be proud of, Wrocław has been a city of strategies, strategical thinking about analyzing future, and maybe that's because we have quite a huge, I would say, ghost in our city, because the most famous, the greatest military strategist of all times, Karl von Clausewitz, actually spent his last years in Wrocław. He died here and he was buried here in the center of the city. So here you have some big names, big German names, people who lived in Breslau in the 19th and early 20th century. Among them some philosophers like Schleiermacher, Dilthey, Graf Georg von Wartenburg or Hans-Georg Gadamer. There are some Nobel Prize winners, because you have to know that we have, I think, already like 14 Nobel Prize winners from Breslau and from Wrocław. Olga Tokarczuk, who welcomed us a couple of minutes ago, is our last, but I think not the last ever Nobel Prize winner. So we have, for example, Theodor Mommsen, the famous German historian, Max Born, the famous physicist, Fritz Haber, unfortunately a a rather dark person because he invented the toxic gas which killed people on the front lines of World War I. Great German writer and Nobel Prize winner Gerhard Hauptmann. And then a rather tragic personality of Clara Immerwahr, who was Fritz Haber's wife. She was the first woman to obtain doctorate, PhD, at the University of Wrocław, first ever, and one of the first in whole Germany. But she unfortunately committed suicide, probably because she couldn't bear the thought that her husband is responsible for mass killings in the war. And then, last but not least, the famous Edith Stein, who is now one of the 6 holy patrons of Europe. I mean Catholic patrons. She was a Jew who converted to Catholicism, became a Catholic nun, and then she was murdered by the Nazis in Auschwitz during the World War II. And she was a famous philosopher, and she is now considered one of the greatest ever persons who lived and worked in Wrocław. But as you probably already know, Wrocław is also a city experienced by various crises. You have here a big flood that hit Wrocław just at the beginning of the 20th century. After that flood, the Germans had to build completely new anti-flood infrastructure around the rivers, all around the city. The infrastructure actually was used up till the next big flood, the bigger one, in 1997. A few examples of the architecture from the 19th and early 20th century. We have several examples of neo-Gothic style. We had quite good Art Nouveau investments. You can see some of them here. We are very much into garden cities. 100 years ago, one of the fine examples is the neighborhood called in Polish Sempolno, in German Zimpel. We had expressionist architecture, or we have it, the building on the left, but we don't have the buildings on the right anymore because of the war. And then early modernism. This building is actually like 100 meters from here. Again, early modernism, and some examples of Third Reich architecture. This was actually the last big building built in Breslau by the Germans. It was being built in the 40s during the war. So all the history of Breslau, the German era, ended rather dramatically. Unfortunately, Breslau was one of the strongholds of the Nazi Party. The electoral results of NSDAP in 1933 here were over 50%. It was higher than the national average. So this was literally a National Socialist city. All of this ended tragically in May 1945. Breslau was turned by Adolf Hitler into a Festung Breslau. Hitler ordered the city to be defended to the last bullet. So in the effect, the city was destroyed. In 1945, about 60% of the city was demolished. The interesting thing is that the capitulation of Breslau was signed 4 days after Berlin's capitulation. So Hitler was dead, Berlin capitulated, and Breslau was still defended for a couple of days. So this is the effect of May of the last 3 months of war, from February to May 1945. And then after Germany lost the war, huge parts of the pre-war Germany, including Lower Silesia, including Breslau, were given to Poland. So from 1945 on, Wrocław is a Polish city with a completely new population, because that's another phenomenon you have to know, that in 1945, the previous population of the Germans had to leave the town, and the new population, often coming from like far eastern parts of pre-war Poland, moved in. But we had to rebuild this city, this strange German city which was demolished in 1945, and we did it. As Olga Tokarczuk said several times, we rebuilt it with love. So one of the, and I told you also yesterday that one of the biggest decisions, in my opinion, made, one of the finest, the best decisions made after 1945 here in Wrocław was the decision to rebuild the market square, several parts of the old town and several churches, especially the Gothic ones. That means that in Polish Wrocław we kind of preserved the core of Breslau. So we have a real continuity ongoing from Breslau to Wrocław. There's another unusual continuity. It is between the pre-war Lviv. Lviv is a city which is now in Ukraine. So there's a continuity between pre-war Lviv and post-war Wrocław, because from Lviv came many intellectuals who organized Polish universities here in Wrocław from scratch after 1945, and together with them there came some artifacts, some monuments and some institutions. And you can see here three big examples of that. First of them is the Panorama Racławicka, or the Panorama of Battle of Racławice. Some of you visited the Panorama yesterday. It is a big circular painting showing the historical Battle of Racławice fought between the Poles and the Russians at the end of 18th century. Then there is a monument of Aleksander Fredło. This is a famous Polish writer from the 19th century, and the monument stood before the war in the center of Lviv. And then there is Ossolineum, which is an institution holding a library and an editing office, very famous, very important from the point of view of Polish culture and identity. All of this came here from Lviv. And then, after the war, Wrocław became a city vibrating with culture, with creativity, and among many other things, it became an important place to make films. Many Polish post-war films, among them some famous ones, were shot here in Wrocław. And once Martin Scorsese, the famous American director, published his list of 12 favorite movies ever. And on that list is one Polish film. It's The Ashes and Diamonds by Andrzej Wajda. And you have to know that that film, the whole Ashes and Diamonds film, was shot here in Wrocław, including some most famous scenes. Some of them you can see here that were shot quite near to the main railway station. We had some very big names active in theater, like Jerzy Grotowski, who was one of the biggest reformers of theater in the world in the 20th century, or the creator of the Wrocław Pantomime Theater, Henryk Tomaszewski. We have always been quite strong in terms of music. We have some important musical festivals like Wratysławie Cantans or Jazz on the Oder. Actually, the next edition of Jazz on the Oder is supposed to start this week. Yeah? We have had some great visual artists like Jan Sawka, who migrated to the United States in the late 70s, and then he cooperated, for example, with the Grateful Dead in the 80s. We have also been an important center of the IT industry already in the communist times. This is a communist factory called Elvro, which produced computers in the 60s. It was, I think, one of the main computer factories in the whole Eastern Bloc at the time. But another crisis, and another unusual one. In 1963, Wrocław was hit by a smallpox epidemic. There was nearly no smallpox at the time in Europe, but this was one of the last epidemics in Europe of that disease, and it was here. It hit us, not any other city. So this was a serious crisis. As you can see, several people died or fell ill. The authorities had to vaccinate the whole population against smallpox, but they succeeded. So there was no smallpox anymore after that. Very important gesture from the times, from the 60s. Polish bishops in the mid-60s issued a letter to the German bishops with the famous words, "We forgive and ask for forgiveness." The main author of the letter, Bolesław Kominek, then became the Archbishop of Wrocław. He was one of the leading figures in the Polish Catholic Church. That letter made communist authorities furious because they interpreted this as a kind of a too optimistic, I would say, gesture towards the German issued 20 years after the war. But such gestures were, from today's point of view, absolutely crucial in building European cooperation and unity. Wrocław was a big stronghold of anti-communist movement, anti-communist underground. You can see here some pictures showing the riots in Wrocław from 1982. The riots, actually it was the times of the so-called martial law, where communist military junta took power and ruled the country by force. So in August the 31st, 1982, we had the biggest anti-communist riots in Poland in the whole decade of the 80s. Tens of thousands of people fought with the police, the communist police, from the early morning till the late night. Wrocław was also strong in terms of underground alternative musical scene. You can see one of the artists known at the time, and his opinion that around 1987, 88, a very strong scene had emerged in Wrocław, probably Poland's most interesting one. And what is, I think, most important of all that examples, the biggest happening movement in the world, the Orange Alternative, was active in Wrocław, was born in Wrocław, was active here in the late 80s, making fun of the communists, organizing big happenings in the center of the city, and the place where I think nearly every happening started was located just outside the door to the Barbara. There was a big clock, so the leaflets told us to, for example, come to meet at the clock at 3 o'clock, and everybody knew what that means, that there is a happening going on. And among some known persons from Wrocław, we have, for example, Wanda Rutkiewicz, who was one of the first women in the world to climb Mount Everest and K2 in the Himalayas. And again, some examples of architecture this time, post-war architecture, mainly from the communist times, but not only. We had socialist realism, you can see here. We had modernism, and of course postmodernism or early postmodernism, which was quite popular in Wrocław. Communism fell in 1989. In 1990 we had the first local elections, so we had to also build our new institutions, our self-governmental institutions from scratch. We had from 1994 consecutive mayors or presidents. In Poland they are called presidents, and all of them have the same political background. The three first of them were before 1990 active in this anti-communist movement. One of the symbols of new times, again, just like after 1945, we decided to renovate and rebuild the demolished Market Square. So in the 90s, we decided to reconstruct the Market Square, to renovate it once again. So it has been very deeply renovated, as you can see. And the renovated Market Square once again became a symbol of change, a symbol of new era. But then again, we were hit by another big crisis, 1997, the Great Flood, which covered, I don't know, some 40% of the city. The German infrastructure from the early 20th century proved to be non-effective because the flood wave was so big, it has never been expected to be so big before. And once again, you can find on Netflix TV series High Water. It's exactly about the flood in Wrocław, so I highly recommend to see it. So we had to recover after the flood. We had to build a completely new anti-flood infrastructure, which we completed a couple of years ago. The total cost of that infrastructure was like, I don't know, $500 million or so. It was financed by the World Bank, yeah. In 2016, as you already know, Wrocław was the European Capital of Culture. Actually, we are now in one of the headquarters of the Capital of Culture, Barbara Bar. We had 2,000 events, over 5 million participants, many presentations abroad. The city was vivid, active with culture for a whole year. And big success, you already know that lady, Olga Tokarczuk, won the Nobel Prize for Literature in 2019. So we are very proud of her achievements, of her books, literature. She's a huge person now here. And then another wave of crisis, or waves of crisis. As you perfectly know, COVID-19 struck us just as it was all over Europe. We had to deal with the effects of war in Ukraine. We have about 200,000 refugees from Ukraine in Wrocław alone, so the population of the city, as you will see, has risen considerably. And maybe lesser known crisis is that the river Oder sometimes gets polluted by toxic industrial waste. So we had to cope with such a crisis also last year. Poland today, so let's get to numbers. Before I will show you some numbers about Wrocław, I have to show you a broader context of Polish economy. Actually, Poland now is considered to be one of the fastest growing economies in the world. This is a map showing the fastest growing economies in the whole world between 1990 and 2020. So for 30 years, Poland is in the second place after China on that map. If the trend continues, then someone can analyze it. If the trend continues, then Poland will outperform nearly every G7 country to 2040, excluding the United States. Poland has been mentioned in a ranking published by the German Der Spiegel. This is a ranking of top 10 best countries to make family businesses in, and Poland is on the 10th position in that ranking. For example, I think Germany is 20th or 22nd, something like that. This is the GDP in Poland rising for 40 years. So you can see the boom. GDP per capita. And GDP per capita in the region of Lower Silesia, because the region of Lower Silesia is one of the fastest growing regions in Europe, according to the so-called cohesion reports, which are published by the European Commission. So that's the context. And Wrocław is the power engine, economical power engine of Lower Silesia and one of the main cities in Poland. Our population now, according to official statistics, is over 640, I think that today it's 680,000 already inhabitants, but you have to know that these are official statistics. We assume that the real number of inhabitants may be at least 200,000 more because of the migrants, because of people who come here temporarily and so on. Our GDP also on the rise, but the city budget experiences some slight turbulences, I would say. This is the effect of decisions made by the national government about the fiscal reforms. So the economy is on the rise, but we get less money to the municipal budget, which is a nightmare for us, actually. Then GDP per capita in Wrocław, you can see here. I won't elaborate on that. Unemployment, our unemployment rate is between 1% and 2%. Since, I don't know, 5 years or so. And this is an important indicator. There is a ranking called GAWC, Global and World Cities. It is published by one of the universities in the UK every 2 years. So, and they place the cities from all over the world into certain categories. You can see the names of the categories. And I don't want to elaborate on that, but I only will say that Wrocław is the first non-capital city in Central Europe, the highest ranked non-capital city from Central Europe in that ranking. I'll skip that. And then some numbers about Ukrainian refugees. Actually, this is a slide from a report published by Union of Polish Metropolises last year, and they counted that in May last year, so this was 1 year ago, Wrocław hosted 250,000 Ukrainian nationals, and that accounted for nearly 30% of the population of the city. And this is something the official statistics won't show you. We don't see it in the statistics. And of course, that means that we have several big challenges, because the refugees need to work, need to have their children in schools, need to have houses, need to have access to healthcare, and so on and so on. So this is a very, I would say, very modest list of challenges ahead of us. But this is something we, together with the national government, together with every other level of government in Poland, have to deliver to the Ukrainians, but also to our Polish population. And another TV series, but this time not from Netflix, this is from public TV in Poland, House Under Two Eagles. It's about the complicated identity of Wrocław. This is a very fresh TV series. I also recommend to see it. So, coming slowly to the end, I will mention that we try to develop our strategic skills, in the field of the future analysis. We made some foresights and some scenarios for the future. The first of them were made in 2016 in the framework of the Capital of Culture. The last one was made last year, and it analyzes the possible effects of the war in Ukraine on Wrocław. We are also, this is quite important about the local economy. Poland is the second biggest country in terms of battery manufacturing in the world, second after China. And you have to know that the battery manufacturing, most of the factories from that branch of economy are located here around Wrocław. So we are one of the, let's say, power engines of battery manufacturing in the world. But on the other hand, what is very optimistic for us is that our economy is diversified. We don't rely only on one or two branches. You can see here some examples of the branches active in Wrocław and some companies from those branches. And then a few words about the metropolitan area. The metropolitan area can be seen already on a map showing the Slavic tribes from the 9th century. There were two tribes which covered nearly exactly the area of the current metropolitan area. We had some areas, some political entities which covered more or less the same area, like the Duchy of Wrocław in the Middle Ages or the Bishopry of Wrocław also. The metropolitan attitude or point of view has been developed by some architects and urban planners in Breslau. This is a very well-known example. Ernst May, a famous German architect and urbanist, proposed a vision of the so-called Trabantenstadt or satellite city here in Breslau. So the map you can see on the right is actually Breslau, Wrocław, and surrounding small towns. This is May's concept. In the communist times, for several years, Poland was divided into 49 voivodeships, you can see here. One of them was the Wrocław voivodeship, and this is basically what Wrocław metropolitan area looks now, contemporarily. We have some entities because the metropolitan area is not institutionalized, it's not formalized because we don't have appropriate law to do it. There's only one formal metropolitan area in Poland. This is the so-called GZM, the area around the city of Katowice. So this area you can see, the Wrocław metropolitan area, is a rather bottom-up idea, a partly informal one, but there are some entities, formal entities, active in the area. You can see here three such examples. One of them is the ITI of the Wrocław functional area. The second one is the Wrocław Agglomeration Development Agency, and the third one is the Association of Wrocław Agglomeration. Each of them has a different delimitation of the area. And if we will treat the metropolitan area in its, if we will see it in its biggest delimitation, the one very much resembling the Wrocław voivodeship from the communist times, then the area counts as many as 44 municipalities, and that's our proposal for the future. We want to have a metropolitan bill on national level. We want to institutionalize the metropolitan area. We want it to have its own budget, its own institutions, and we want it to be like that, covering the area of 44 municipalities. Our strategy, Wrocław 2030, adopted by the City Council early in 2018, so it is more than 5 years old. And what I wanted to say is that In terms of strategies, we also have a sort of a very significant continuity, because the current strategy is the third in row after 1990. The first one was from 98, the second one from 2006, the third from 2018. This is Professor Jan Waszkiewicz, unfortunately late Professor Jan Waszkiewicz. He died 2 years ago from COVID, and he was the main author of the two first strategies. And his influence is also very, very visible in the current strategy. What are the main issues in this strategy? What are the underlying main points? First of all, we assume, and this was Jan Waszkiewicz's huge idea, he always talked about it, is that future is unpredictable. So you can't focus on goals, on indicators. You have to focus on values. In order to do that, you have to also strengthen your social capital. You have to strengthen the bonds between the people. You have to strengthen your culture. And another idea, also by Jan Waszkiewicz, city is a game. City is not just the authority making some decisions and implementing them. City is a game. You have to be interactive. And strategic mission from the newest strategy, which shows that we are very much about values. We are trying to focus on values. We stated in our mission that Wrocław is or should be a wise, beautiful, wealthy city, a city that unites and inspires. So we try to be ambitious. We try to return to our former glory. One of the historians found out that you can read the name Wratysławia as in Czech as Vrati se slava. It means the fame will return. And at the end, some new flavor in our strategic thinking and doing. With the new mayor came a more social-oriented focus, more decentralized approach to the space, to the investments. We have, of course, to cope with a big challenge, which is the quality of the air, so we have to change toxic stuffs. We invest in local activity centers. One of them is the place where we have the workshops, the student workshops about Społeczny Square, and some of you have already seen that center. And last thing, in 1976, we experienced another crisis, another disaster. The biggest church here in the city center, the St. Elizabeth's Church, burned actually nearly to the ground. This was the biggest fire after the war in Wrocław. But we coped with that. We renovated the church for over 40 years, but we did it. So the church, you can see the church, you can inspect it in the inside. The church is beautiful. And the most important thing, together with the church, we lost the beautiful organ, Baroque organ, the so-called English organ, which were called Voice of Silesia. But we renovated them, and since last year, you are able to listen, concerts played on that organ. So, ending my story, you can see here an example of a strategic mission of Wrocław. Wrocław from the 17th century, led by virtue, accompanied by luck. Thank you for your attention. We try to be the orange alternative to the grayness. So welcome to Wrocław once again. Thank you.
Thank you, Lukáš. Well, as I already said, ask him any question about any moment in history, and there will be an answer. I have the impression that is even stronger now than I thought before. And I think what at least I sort of take home from this is that apparently you have been experiencing many crises in the past, but it also makes you very resilient. And I don't know if you know, I'm not from Wrocław, but somehow you also developed this kind of humor, which we think from the outside is very typical. So maybe that goes with it. And there's someone from Volonga, from the Porto region here as well. And he also said, if there's nothing to laugh about, then then life is not any worth living anymore. So somehow dealing with crisis and dealing with let's say the big things we see also at the moment in the world, it also means that we need to be resilient, but also, we need to keep seeing perspective. We need to sort of look ahead, let's say, and see what points are there on the horizon to deal with and to answer. One of our very special guests And maybe I will give first the word to you then, also to introduce that. But one of our special guests is actually the president of the Kiev City Council, Mr. Volodymyr Bodarenko. Maybe I first also give shortly the word back to Jakub. Of course, they are experiencing, of course, a crisis I cannot even imagine, to be honest. And of course, you also don't want to imagine, but that's reality, that's how it is. And we are very happy that you are here. We are very happy that we can also show our support. And of course, we are not only showing our support, but we really try to find ways to really support, let's say, what is happening and what you are facing in terms of the let's say, the coming months, coming years. And that's seen, I think, also here in Wrocław. It takes an awful lot of energy and time to recover, but somehow you made it. So let's say we should also be optimistic in that sense and see what we can do. So I first give back the word to you, Jakub, and then...
Yes, hello again. You know, between so many special guests, because all of you are special to us, and we are METREX, remember this. We have some very special guests. One of them is our friend, our sister city, since 4 weeks now, Kyiv. So the chairman of City Council, Mr. Bondarenko, who visited us again to have some special celebration together with METREX family. And I must say, as you remember, probably some of you, when war, or maybe the second phase, aggression last year began, we decided together with all of you to have some special actions, some special impact to support our friends, to support Free Europe and those people who are fighting, who are sacrificing very often their lives to defend us, defend the value, to be prepared for something that is very important for all Europeans in its core, for freedom, for democracy, for being a part of this united free world. And then we decided, okay, there are some particular, practical, pragmatical tools that we can implement, that we can be part, that we, together as experts, as people who represent very important institutions, that we can support directly our friends, those who are at first line. And as we were thinking together with Hank and with MC and some of members, what should we do? We had some steps. And that's why together we decided to have our first honorable member of METREX. And we asked very politely our friends from Kyiv if they are willing to be a part of this amazing, wonderful family of METREX. Because it's not only experts. We are people, we have this empathy, but we have also strong willingness and ambition to be pragmatic and to help in real. And we have acceptance. So this is the momentum during this conference that we will have not only symbolic, but first of all, very real help coming from your regions, your city, that can be dedicated to Kyiv and to people of Ukraine, to those who are fighting for, also for us, for value of freedom, against some regimes, some stupidity, something that we could never accept as METREX, but also as Europeans and as people. So, that, come on, thank you. Thank you very much.
Доброго дня, пані та панове, шановні друзі. Насправді я радий сьогодні бути тут, на весняній конференції METREX, бачити людей, які точно розуміють, які виклики стоять перед їх містами, перед їх агломераціями, перед їх метрополіями.
Works? Okay. Dear ladies and gentlemen, hello to everyone. Mr. Volodymyr Bondarenko is happy to be here at the METREX Spring Conference and to see all of you people who truly understand which obstacles facing your cities, your agglomerations and metropolis.
Насправді, більш ніж переконаний, що кожен з нас задавав собі питання, яким ми бачимо велике місто майбутнього.
I'm sure that each of you had a question, which is the city of the future, which is the city of big agglomeration.
Але насправді відповідь на це питання знаходиться десь в трьох площинах: площині для людей, площині для регіональної влади і площині для глобального світу. Для регіональної, насправді для людей, а ми всі думаємо перш за все про людей, це всі процеси життєдіяльності міста, вони швидкі, зручні, автоматизовані.
And we all know that the answer for these questions lies for human question, for the city question, and for the global world. And first of all, we think about human part of this answer.
Звичайно, що для країни це збільшення частки міського населення, це структурна трансформація економіки. Насправді, тут більше, мабуть, для мене роль метрополій у глобальній економіці, оскільки метрополії стають не тільки автономними, самостійними елементами економіки, але й стають такими певними пультами управління для глобальної економіки.
In this regard, metropolises became the direction tools for the cities, as the number of people in the cities keeps growing, and the budgets need more money, fundings, and in this regard works metropolises.
І коли ми говоримо насправді про виклики, які є сьогодні, і концепція розумного міста, концепція Smart City і нульові викиди – це ті глобальні світові тенденції, які від нас очікують, зважаючи на становлення великих міст.
And the global tendencies of the world, like zero carbon emission and humanitarian issues, that what the global world is waiting for from each of us.
І звичайно, що якщо, наприклад, концепція Smart City в кожній з метрополій впроваджується доволі значними темпами, на жаль, питання нульових викидів ми дійсно зможемо вирішити в найближчі 25 років тільки спільними зусиллями, і це зрозуміло.
As the smart city concept keeps growing rapidly, and in the same time, the zero carbon emission issue is the question of future 25 years at least.
До початку минулого року, насправді, Київ розвивався в рамках цих глобальних тенденцій. З 2015-го ми почали впроваджувати концепцію Smart City. Щоправда, якщо в мирний час ми концентрувалися на відкритому бюджеті, електронній демократії, транспорті, Київ – єдине місто, насправді, яке на сьогодні в Україні, в якому немає взагалі паперових квитків для транспорту, на екології, то війна внесла свої корективи.
Since 2015, Kyiv developed smart city strategies and different spheres like electronic transport system. Now we do not have any paper tickets for the transportation, as well as ecology, clear environment. But the war has made its changes in this way.
Так вже сталося, що війна – це був той виклик цифровій трансформації Києва, який, я вважаю, що нам вдалося впоратися, щоправда, зі зміною пріоритетів. Це дійсно питання безпеки, це онлайн-карти, укриття, цифровізація укриттів. Далі. Головне, що більшістю з цих сервісів звичайна людина, звичайний містянин може користуватися в своєму смартфоні вже.
And as war made its amendments, so now the issue of security is a top priority, as we have very developed structure of maps with shelters, and now each person can go through the own mobile phone and find everything she needs to protect him or herself.
Мені завжди доволі просто назвати кількість по годинам повітряних тривог, яка була в Києві, тому що вона також в мене є в смартфоні завдяки цифровізації.
As well as it's very easy for us to find how much time it took the air raid siren, because every information we have in our smartphone now.
Щоправда, ми маємо розуміти, що війна – це не тільки виклик для України. Це, на жаль, виклик для усього цивілізованого світу, і він вже позначився на кожній країні і на кожному місті.
And as we all know that war is not only a challenge for Ukraine, but for the whole world. And now we already can see all the consequences in each European city.
Це вже питання міграції, це диспропорції ринку праці, це економічні певні перетворення. Якщо ми говоримо, що з 22 лютого минулого року за межі країни виїхало 8 мільйонів українців, а це 22% населення, то за останніми аналітичними підрахунками близько 3 мільйонів можуть залишитись за кордоном.
And now we can see the changes in the labor market and all other spheres. And we can see in Kyiv that we had 8 million people left the country, and it's 20% of the population. And now we can see that 3 million have already returned to the city.
Це насправді шалений виклик для кожного з муніципалітетів, без виключення, і виклик загалом в розрізі країн. На жаль, аналогічну ситуацію ми спостерігаємо і всередині країни, оскільки внутрішня міграція, вона ще сильніша.
The inner migration is even more strong. In each of the municipalities, we can see this flood of migration, which affects our infrastructure, of course, and the huge challenge for each city.
Якщо говорити про Київ, то станом на сьогодні ми маємо близько 250 тисяч внутрішньо переміщених осіб. Фактично, аби ми розуміли кількість, це новий адміністративний район міста за чисельністю населення.
Talking about Kyiv city, we have 250 temporarily displaced people, and it's like a new area of the city.
І зважаючи насправді на те, що тенденції внутрішньої міграції вони не змінюються, люди повертаються до умовно безпечних міст, умовно безпечних регіонів, звичайно, що така кількість вона буде збільшуватись.
And this number will keep growing as we can see the tendency that people are trying to find shelter in so-called more safe places like Kyiv.
Разом з тим, звичайно, що впоратися з цим викликом на сьогодні для України, загалом для Києва, зокрема, доволі складно, тому що якщо ми починали, наприклад, 22-й рік із бюджетом Києва у 2,3 мільярди євро, то сьогодні такий бюджет складає 1,5 мільярда євро.
As we can see in the Kyiv example, that it's also very harmful for the budget, as we started 2022 with a budget of 2.3 billion hryvnias. Now it's 1.5 euro. Sorry.
Відповідно, це означає, що коштів на реалізацію проєктів розвитку в Києва немає. Будемо говорити про це відверто. А разом з тим, коли ми говоримо з вами про відновлення, це не тільки відбудова пошкоджених будівель. Це насправді відновлення, це надолуження того втраченого часу, який на сьогодні Київ втрачає для свого розвитку.
And talking about implementation of different projects, it means that for now, Kyiv doesn't have this funding to start it enough. And we are talking not about the development. We are talking about the time which was lost. It's not about development.
І тому, коли ми говоримо насправді про Київ як велике місто в майбутньому, ми вже маємо говорити про певні recovery-плани, девелопмент-плани на післявоєнний час. І сьогодні ми спільно з лондонським офісом PricewaterhouseCoopers завершили розробку стратегії відновлення Києва, яка має насправді два ключових пріоритети.
And now we have finished our elaboration of plan with the London office of PricewaterhouseCoopers office, and we are trying to think about new plans of development, of reconstruction. Yes.
Два пріоритети надзвичайно простих. Перше – це повернення людського капіталу. Без цього Київ не зможе ані відновитися, ані розвиватися.
The first is we are thinking about the returning of the human capital. Without this issue, Kyiv won't have the possibility to develop.
Другий пріоритет – це перетворення Київ у своєрідний магніт за умови дотримання прозорості всіх ключових процесів.
The second is the creation of Kyiv as a magnet when we will think about transparency in all the clue moments of the city development.
Ми маємо чудово розуміти, що метрополія Київська, зокрема, починає бути сувереном у питанні відновлення. Тому і українські міста точно так же мають право бути суверенними у процесі відновлення, оскільки демонструють більшу готовність.
We have to understand that metropoly as a sovereign in each city's development, and talking about Kyiv city is important.
Насправді, трансформація Київської метрополії, Київської агломерації, яку ми побачили за останній рік, вона дійсно вражаюча. Я ділився з колегами в кулуарах цим, що якщо раніше Київ складав десь половину населення Київської агломерації, то сьогодні така чисельність вже доходить до 80%.
And earlier Kyiv agglomeration, like Kyiv had half of total Kyiv agglomeration, and now after the war, this number is raised to 80% of the agglomeration.
Ми розуміємо, що це один з суттєвих викликів зараз, він буде продовжувати бути суттєвим після війни. На сьогодні ми маємо також чітке розуміння тих інфраструктурних проєктів розвитку саме на воєнний час, які необхідні Києву. Вони вже реалізовуються, і тут я вдячний і за платформу City to City, і за брюссельську платформу, за допомогу нашим побратимам.
And now we are launching numerous projects with the help of our cities, Brussels platform and many others, and hope we will continue to do it.
Але насправді це планування дає нам чітке розуміння пріоритетів майбутнього, дає можливість дивитися в майбутнє з оптимізмом і чітко розуміти, що воно буде.
And these plans give us a hope and a positive side for the future, and we are sure that we will have this future.
Я ще раз хочу подякувати за можливість бути тут, тому що тільки спільними зусиллями ми з вами можемо домогтися тих змін, які від нас очікують люди. Тільки спільними зусиллями ми можемо перемогти те нове зло 21-го століття.
And I'm really happy to be here today and tell you that only working together we can fight this evil of the 21st century. Only working together.
Дякую ще раз. Дякую, Якубе, за запрошення. Дякую, колеги.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to also have the courage to come here and to face, let's say to accept our help, and we will also have some special occasion tonight. So please all come tonight also to the reception later on, because that's where we will make it really official. Thank you very much for this explanation. Let's say an introduction. And of course, we have had already made some initiatives also together with EMA, the European Metropolitan Authorities. One of the leaders here, Xavi Tiana, is here as well. So in that sense, we can indeed only collaborate to make it really happen. And again, we need to do things. We really need to act on this huge crisis. I would now like to follow up with the visits. We are entering to the tours that we will have, and the ladies at the desk in the back, they will explain to you in detail what we are doing, but we will have two destinations and we will have two groups. So they will, I think it's written on the card, and otherwise there will be two groups. They will make sure that you will be in one of them, but you will see both the same places, but we will have a change halfway. They will arrange, let's say, exactly how that will work. So please grab a cup of coffee, I would say, and then meet at the ladies at the desk, and they will know exactly where you will go and how you will go. Again, you need your card because part of you will go by tramway, and we will see each other back for lunch at 1 o'clock. So enjoy the visits, and we'll see you back later on. Please mention yourself, announce yourself there in the back to get the right place for the tour and the visits. So see you later for lunch. today, this afternoon. So please come forward, take your seats, and get your attention, please, to this side of the room. I understand the coffee and everything is very nice. So please, please, please. I don't even know if they are our audience or if it's just visitors. That's also possible. But Mr. Petit and Madame Laura and Malgorzata, please come forward. Join us. We restart again after the visit. I hope the visit gave you some good insight in what's going on here in Wrocław. Remember Wrocław? Although we did not completely manage the weather, but I think that went in the end all good. We had a very strong, very heavy lunch, so you know that also worked well. So you should have a lot of energy to restart. I will introduce briefly, let's say, the program from now on to, let's say, end of tomorrow. Sorry. So if I can have a next slide, that's who I am, and you know that. This is what will happen, but I have some other slides. Do I have something here? Aha. There. Mm-hmm. There it is. Actually, I would like to start, let's say, with very briefly framing, let's say, the discussions we have now, from now on, into a little bit wider context. This is, I think, clear also for you. I mean, your all work or are related to a metropolitan organization, whether it's an authority, an association, or whatever kind of collaboration on that metropolitan level. And let's say, this ongoing metropolitization is something that's really happening. And we actually notice because we simply get more members. And it's not so much that we get members from organizations who are already there, but we get members from newly formed organizations, whether they're associations, a collaboration, or even a formal organization. We saw, of course, last time already in Amsterdam, our new members from Romania, where I think last year or the year before passed a law which allowed, let's say, to form metropolitan regions, metropolitan authorities. So that is something that's happening. And this, of course, is not happening for nothing. It's happening for a reason. We see, he should be here. Yeah, there he is. We have a new member from the Chim Cavado in northern Portugal, which is an intermunicipal collaboration. You can say formally that's not a metropolitan organization, but it is, let's say, a combined authority. That's a nice word from England. It is let's say, municipalities, people who collaborate on issues that, of course, let's say, cross the municipal border. So we need that kind of collaboration. So that gives us reason also to really stress more and more, let's say, the importance of that metropolitan level. So it's not so much our membership, which is important, but in general, it's, of course, the fact that we have to address all these challenges, but let's say on a level that is not, let's say, addressed well enough on a municipal level. We really need to look around, let's say, and look across our formal political or municipal borders. So whatever way we organize that, it is important that we organize ourselves and that we collaborate and see what's going on. So what the program is more or less about is that we will hear today from the situation in Poland. So we have a number of Polish, let's say, regions or Polish areas who will discuss, who will present their situation, the way how they are organized, but also, of course, also the way they face, let's say, issues that they can't solve because of, let's say, reasons that will be explained, and that will be, I will explain later, but let's say that will be chaired also by let's say, Wrocław, because they sit in the same situation. I think there's today only one, there's a representative from the only one metropolitan region in Poland, which is GZM, or let's say the greater Katowice, if I am allowed to say that. So that means that there are formally no metropolitan regions in Poland, but of course there are, because it's a reality. They function. The only thing is that they are not allowed to name itself like that. We will hear a reflection from the mayor of Strasbourg, deputy mayor from Strasbourg, which I hope, let's say, he will reflect on what he has heard this afternoon, but of course also reflect on let's say, the situation in France, where the phenomenon of métropole, in this case the métropole de Strasbourg, Eurométropole de Strasbourg, is a phenomenon that already exists for a long time. And of course has fantastic opportunities, but also has its sort of limits. I was recently at a meeting in Lyon, the Métropole Lyon, where they say, actually our métropole is too small, because the city area, let's say, has grown far beyond the boundaries of the metropole, which was founded in, I don't know, the 70s or something, a long time ago. It's too small, but no way that we can actually extend our metropole, because politically that's more or less suicide. So also in France there are interesting things to mention and to learn from. So that will come later today. And is there the next one? Oh, I'm the one who has to do that. No, sorry, up. What we will do tomorrow, after the students' workshops that will be here in the morning, we will then present our initial answer on that issue. And of course, it will be great if we have a ready-made answer and that we know the solution. Well, we don't know that. But it is really, let's say, looking into the issues that we would like to discuss with you, but also with the official institutions in Europe, with your political leaders. So for us, tomorrow we will present our Metropolitan Manifesto, which looks like this. And there will be one available for all of you, and you have to read it tonight, so that's some homework. Unleashing Metropolitan Partnerships, that's the title. So we will present this, and again, this is not a final document, but it's something we want to talk about things, so this is something that we want your reflection on, but of course also a reflection from your political leaders, reflection from the European institutions, etc. So for us, this is the start of a campaign. This is not the end. By the way, also in very close collaboration with EMA, with European Metropolitan Authorities. So that's something that we have been producing over the last couple of months. So that is something we will present. But then, of course, we will have, let's say, in the same afternoon, already reflections from a group of experts, from our membership, but also from beyond. They have already seen that text, so they will reflect on that. But again, it is a start of a campaign. It's a start of, let's say, a route that we need to further develop, and also a route on how we can organize ourselves better to also be a good partner, let's say, for many of the European institutions. I think that's it. So in that sense, that's a bit of a wider context. So as I said, this afternoon, we will hear from the Polish situation. The city of Wrocław, Jacek Barski, who's here, so please come. He will moderate, let's say, introduce and moderate this session with a number of examples from Poland. Let's say, of course, you will also explain the situation in Wrocław itself, Wrocław, needs to say. Jacek Barski is the Director of Strategy and City Development Department here in the city of Wrocław. But of course, you also look far beyond your municipal borders. So I would like to hand over to you. And I would say, listening very carefully, I think it's an interesting section of what's going on, not only in Poland, but I think what's going on in Europe. It has elements that you see everywhere. So in that sense, it's really, I think, interesting to hear, let's say, from you, from your colleagues, what's happening, and good luck.
Thank you very much, Henk. I hope good evening, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. So now let's start to talk a little bit. As Henk said, but also Łukasz mentioned in the morning, we don't have an act that legalize such structures, metropole. So we are dealing, if we do, we are dealing usually bottoms-up way, except this one part of Poland that you'll learn. So if I may, I would like to ask one by one in a way that will be as speakers. So first I would like to invite here Mr. Jacek Woźniakowski, Director, Socioeconomist, Development and Cooperation Department, GZM, Górnośląska Zagłębiowska Metropolia. Welcome. And another speaker is Mr. Maciej Fiałkowski, Director, City of Warsaw, Warsaw Metropolitan Association. And let me invite here Mr. Marcin Schmidt, Director of the Strategic Management Department of the Szczecin's West Pomerania Marshal's Office. And last but not least, Mr. Piotr Lorenz, Gdańsk City Architect. Welcome. Good afternoon. So the idea of having this panel was first that we will tell you a little bit about our cities or regions, because as Hank told, you will have a mixture of sites, because part of us work in city municipalities, some work for regions. As I told, it will be a mixture. So if I may, I would like to ask my presentation, and because we have only that screen, please excuse us that we will probably just glance behind our shoulders on the presentations. Then maybe we can do it so that after presentation, gentlemen, please take your seats, and then one by one we can change here, and after the last one presentation, we will be back all together to eventually answer your questions or take part in discussion. So I have a good position in here because Łukasz Medeksza has a very brilliant intro, and in the morning, regret this of you who haven't been there, and he told really a lot about the situation in our region, about history of Silesia and Wrocław. So I will try to stick to other things. And thanks to Tomasz Smoliński, I saw you a few minutes ago, for putting all these issues into the presentation, which I will follow very quickly because we are told to try to keep strictly to the timetable, and we do not have much time. So there was a lot in the morning about what happened in past, but for those who didn't attend, I want to just remind that Wrocław was very much damaged during the Second World War, because in the last moment of war it was announced a fortress, and more than 60% of its area was totally devastated. So decades last process of rebuilding the city, which frankly speaking didn't even finish yet. So the wind of spring we felt in the break of 80s and 90s in 1989 after victory of Solidarity movement and first free local elections and semi-open votes to parliament. We start a time in which we as a municipalities and other administrative bodies start to self-govern governance our places. And what is important is more or less the same moment all the rules of Act of Planning, the old Act of Planning was not valid anymore, and that was introduced another one in 1994, which again introduced completely new document, which is called the Study of Conditions and Directions of Spatial Planning, which, what is important, is not a local law. It's rather a set of guidance for it. So it's important to understand that that it's kind of master plan. Of course, if you want to, if we're thinking about the end of a process of spatial planning, and we're thinking about constructing anything, we have to get a building permit. So there are two ways in Poland to obtain it. First one, the proper one, I would say, is when we have in an area that we're dealing with, we have a valid local plan. This is a local law. That it can be, its rules can be very different. It can be very simple or sometimes complicated, but anyway, it's an act of law on which you can provide a proper spatial policy in your city or in your region. But still, after almost 30 years, not all the bigger cities have coverage of it for 100% of space, counting in administrative limits. So while you want to obtain a building permit on the area where there is no valid local plan, you have a other path that our parliament invented, and this is called decision of development conditions. But the funny thing, or the tragic thing, is that this one doesn't have to obey study as the local plan has. So you can imagine that there are situations in which we are facing the state of conflict when somebody wants to get this conditions on development, decision of development conditions, and it goes completely other way than that what we would like to have in a place and what is named and shown in a study of conditions and directions, but it goes the other way, as I say. And it's really hard to understand, even for professionals, for some professionals in Poland, that it can be constructed that way, but it is. And as we take, let's say, normal citizen, he is completely lost in this labyrinth. So it's only information that I thought is very important for any foreigner who wants to speak about possibilities which we have as a tool in a spatial planning, because it's the, in my opinion, it's the source of a big mess that we sometimes find in our cities. Okay, oops, what did I did? Could I ask for help to bring me back to the moment that I... Oh, okay, thank you very much. So, 90s, it's the decade where happened something what we are now proud of as a city. So modernization of Market Square and tenements which are around it. You see the pictures on the left, it was, and on the right it is, let's say. I try to follow quickly, but it also a decade with a tragic moment in our history and our citizens. The big flood in 1997. On the map, under the blue color, you see the area which was covered by river's water. So it shows the scale of it. Early 2000s is the moment that we had to make some action and make some decisions, which finally, after years, resulted in what is written here in building boom. But it started with a very set forecast, which said that all Polish cities, all big Polish cities, will very massively will have very massive decrease of number of citizens. So we as the municipalities had to invent something to provide the situation, and our response on it was to try to prepare and develop as much as local plan as possible, local plans in which especially areas for housing was provided. And then I will be back with this, and then we are succeeded. In the meantime, we had the first in Wrocław conference of METREX in 2009. Some of you have been there, I remember. And then there was this 2010s decade, which we know in here from our citizens' perspective as a decade with big events such as European Championships in football in 2012 or European Capital of Culture in 2016. But what is more important than these two big events is the infrastructure that we got only because that we were hosting these events. Because, for example, the motorway ring road that we have on west and northern part of Wrocław probably wouldn't ever happen if not this championship in football. And little similarities with our new airport, maybe another story with National Forum Music. But anyway, it was worth to make these events to put the city on other level of development. Then, last 5 years, 5 years ago, we passed a new study of spatial development to this demographical information. So I'll be back. But what is advantage of this document? It's not completely revolutionary one, because we have this document since for the first time it was voted by the City Council in 1998. So 4 years after the new Act of Law, but it got its inventive way of treating issues. We constructed special policies in various issues. For example, as it's mentioned here, residential service, greenery, and so on. We also indicated, we also provided indicators for various type of land use. Here you've got on the screen, you've got the way that we treated housing issue. But of course, documents are documents, but you need to try to employ them. We put it a strong impact on our public spaces, which probably part of them you have seen, and which we treat as a part of a city refinement. Of course, I'm going back now to the moment that I mentioned that we as a city heard very much during the Second World War, and the process of rebuilding city is still on. There on the orthophoto map you see 3 parts of the city which probably now the biggest gaps that stayed to be refilled. One of them is under the letter B, is the area which is a topic of workshops, METREX workshops that are taking place since Friday. The other one is not a topic of interest now of the METREX, but anyway, these are places which are waiting for their chance. And very specific story about them is that they are, in terms of our city, they were so big that we felt that they couldn't be treated as one that will be developed in the traditional way, so that we have to invent something which will ensure us that we will not lose a chance to do the proper thing. And what is unique, I think, in Wrocław is something that I would say was our response on idea on 15-minute city. In terms of our city, it's hard to think about all of it in its administrative limits as a 15-minute cities. But if we think about estates, then things happens, things changes. And we started a program that we called Estates Completion Program. We choose for the beginning some parts of our city, some estates, and we took it, we analyzed them, and again, I did it, I don't know how, thank you. And we started in 2019, just before COVID, but it happened that way that then this pandemic happened. But in cooperation with our citizens, we start to talk, we start to think, and we found that probably the best way to speak about resilience of a space, of a city, is to speak about it on this level, on the level of estates. So we examine various issues such like social life, resilience of an estate, distances, sustainable development, or such things like health and leisure. And for every, from this district that we choose for beginning, we have done such analysis. We hoping that we will have enough time and strength to finish for all the estates in Wrocław. We went that far that tried to program some ideas for specific places in the city, but also functions and so on. And in some situations, it led us to set the local plan, which, as I told you, is a proper way to show how the space should be developed, although local plan is not a realization plan, so we never know when it will be developed, or the situation is that we have our own places to invest. And from that point, I would go. It's the last slide, so I will not bore you no more in the moment, but. This is a slide which I would respond to the topic of METREX meeting here, the dealing with crises. So happened that this Estates Complete program was invented in a moment when COVID pandemic appeared. So it showed us that and confirmed that talking about city refinement is the best on a local scale. And what I said is our answer for resilient city and infrastructure. But unfortunately, COVID was not the last crisis that we forced. Of course, it would be crazy to try to compare ourselves with Ukraine itself, but but it impacts also on us. And as Łukasz told you today morning, he showed the numbers. Our official statistics says that we are hitting 700 inhabitants. If we add these 250 guests from Ukraine in here, that makes almost 1 million. If we add to this that every year we have above 100 students, and add again a number of cars that are driving into the city every day, which is 250 every morning, then that means that in that moment of time a day, we probably have between 1.2 to 1.3 or 4 million people here in the city, which is designed and invented for, let's say, 700, so it's twice more. So it's the big problem itself in many, many dimensions that there is no time to speak about now. And it's, again, another problem is that it meets the problem with crash in the market of houses. This number of dwellings that are ready to sell, if you compare it annually, is much less than years, the last year and the last year before, and so on. So there is a big need right now, and there is a lack of a product on the market. And the worst part is that lots of the supply chain is broken because it relied for years on mainly on Ukraine. So I think it's all from my side. Thank you very much. As I told you, we will present our places that we are from one by one, and then will be time for discussion and questions. So now I invite here Mr. Jacek Woźniakowski, please. Mic is yours.
Thank you. Okay, my name is Jacek Woźniakowski, I'm from Katowice. Okay, Górnośląsko-Zagłębiowska Metropolia. I've been working there for 5 years, and I hate the guy who came up with our name. But today, it's a great day because we are opening the European Economic Congress, the huge event in the city of Katowice, and our chairman opened it with words, welcome to the metropolitan area of Katowice. So maybe there's something changing, and we'll get rid of this name. And I would like to just stop here for a second and the development agenda of the 41 cities. What does it mean? And since the very beginning of our organization, we've been thinking what we are, because we are the first metropolitan area legalized with this dedicated act. And development agenda is a claim which was invented by Joanna Erbel. She's a writer. She's writing books about the cities in Poland. Because we are thinking, are we a think tank? Are we a platform of cooperation? What exactly we are, except we are public authority. And I like that claim. I really consider us as a development agenda. Couple of numbers, and I think what is most important about our metropolitan area is that we are polycentric. So that's kind of unique, and it's really hard to deal with dozens of cities who are really similar, and there is no really one dominant city. I mean, Katowice is like our capital city, but it's not as much so bigger than the second biggest city, like Gliwice or Sosnowiec. That's a quotation for our strategy, which was created last year, and you can see it's filled with great words like develop oneself or synergy, but what does it mean? It's really hard to deal with that on our daily basis. And our dedicated special act gave us 6 main tasks. Shaping special planning in polycentric area, good luck. Social and economic development of the metropolitan area, which is not really described in our act, so we don't really know what does it mean. Planning, coordination, integration, development of public mass transport and metropolitan passenger transport. We are kind of familiar with that because we are working on combined public transport for years, but still it's a huge challenge in the polycentric area. And cooperation in determining the course of a national and provincial road system. And the last one, promotion of the metropolitan area, that is the easiest one. And I'll be focusing on the social and economic development because I'm working in the department, so-called. But before that, let me give you a couple of examples of our activities. Our core business right now is mobility, sustainable mobility, and even though it's not like the most important thing in the metropolitan area, as we are the main organizer of the public transport. That's our main task as for now. We started with a common single-use ticket, and maybe you can imagine that before the 2018, we had 3 organizers of public transport in our metropolitan area, and we had 3 system of ticketing. Right now we've got only 1, and we've got joint tickets with regional railway, so it's a bit easier to commute right now. We finished our sustainable urban mobility plan for the metropolitan area, and I think it's a really good one. We came up with the system of the new metropolitan lines, and it's really important right now because we've been given the task of organizing the public transport in the metropolitan area, so we've been given the budget from our communes. And while we established the new metropolitan lines, which refers to our task of metropolitan passages, we are paying for these lines. So these lines are like they are creating kind of backbone of bus transport in our region, and we are paying 100% of cost. So it's out of the budget from other communes and cities, which creates the budget of our ZTM, so our Metropolitan Transport Authority. And we established free passages for children and youth under the 16. But we are much more than collective transport. Green Metropolia, so it's just like setup or the program of our projects dedicated to transformation of the region. They are dedicated to hydrogen, e-mobility, biodiversity, and waste management. That's one of the biggest challenges in our area because we've got no incineration. Oh, sorry, I can't remember this place. I mean, we've got no facility to incinerate the waste. And still, we don't know how it's going to end because there are so many conflicts. That's the project that I really love, Metropolia for Science. We are working closely with our 20 universities. We established dedicated financial tool. It's not a huge one, it's only 2 million euros, but still we are launching calls twice, 3 times a year, and we are financing projects on research. We are inviting representatives of academia from the top universities from United States, UK, And we are working with the city of Katowice, who is the host of the City of Science next year. That's kind of the whim, our whim, because like it's not the first thing that you think about Metropolia drones. What are they doing? But it's a cool project. So we are working together with national authorities on creating the ecosystem friendly ecosystem for drones. And that program, because it's not one project, it's a program, gave us so many opportunities, relations, contacts, and recognition all around the Europe that it was worth dealing with it. And I think that the most important discovery of or invention of our authority, the schools. As I told you, I wasn't sure what we are really doing with, what does it mean to be metropolitan area or metropolitan authority. And we came up with a really simple idea of dealing with particular problem with the team, which is combined, or the team of clerks, guys from NGOs or academia, but from different sectors, different cities. And that manner is working really well. We started in the city of Bytom. That's the second picture from the left, when where we reinvented the one road. It was kind of prototype. It was awarded by the European Commission. And that solution and all research around it was done by the team of 15 representatives of 10 cities. And that gave us the idea what we really are. So we are the platform of cooperation. And it ended with the huge crisis in the city, because when we changed the organization of the transport, the huge traffic appeared on the other side of the city. But we discovered that we've got relations with the cities, we've got ambassadors in the cities, and we've got guys to work with. So we started to continue the schools. There was one school dedicated to drones, so we were prototyping the drone-ready city map. Right now we are launching one school dealing with the how to organize the greenery in the small towns. The third picture is the prototype at the Salesian University. It was built by the volunteers. It was awarded as the best mobility action 1 month ago by the European Commission. And that manner is not described well right now in our organization. We launched the new school this week, dedicated to participatory budgeting, but we see a huge potential in it, and I think we'll follow this lead in our work. And our main challenges. So for the region is depopulation, economic and energy transformation, and decarbonization. We are a post-industrial region. We need to deal with, we need to close up the transformation. But for our organization, our main challenge is to discover our role. And we know that our act is not perfect. And we know we need to change it. We are looking at the Warsaw system. There's an idea to propose, to give the proposition to the government that maybe our metropolitan area should be one city or one county. We don't know it right now. But after 5 years, we opened a discussion about the organization, our organization, and our power. Because we are a tool, we've got no power over the cities. The cities control the metropolitan area. They control the board, they control the budget. And we don't really know whether it's the best solution for our metropolitan area. That's why we opened the discussion about one city. Even with such silly claim as welcome to the biggest city in Poland, city of metropolitan area of Katowice, which is over 2 million inhabitants. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And now I would like to invite here Director Mr. Maciej Fiałkowski, City of Warsaw.
Thank you very much. I was wondering, while listening to those presentations, in each Polish metropolitan area, you have a different approach, and each presentation will be different, about something different. And it's the best example how it works. One comment, in fact, Warsaw, 20 years ago, there was an act on Warsaw, on the city of Warsaw, which was a kind of half step toward metropolitan structure. Within the city, we have 12 different communities combined with one mayor and districts with some limited power, very limited power, and this was the step our colleague from Śląsk, from Silesia, Katowice, metropolitan areas has said. And this is just to explain, because I never thought about this. Someone in Śląsk metropolitan area told me that we had this first half step. We had already done so 20 years ago. Okay, a few things about Warsaw metropolitan area and our cooperation. It will be from a different perspective from what my colleagues has just showed. Okay, so if you look at the map, Warsaw metropolitan area as it is now, it's this red area in the center of Mazowieckie Voivodeship. This area contains of 79 communities and powiats, so counties. I will explain something more in the future. I would just like to say that for years we have a discussion what the Warsaw metropolitan area was. Finally, a few years ago, a new law on statistical division was adopted, and we know what the metropolitan area is. It's not perfect, but finally we have borders which are clear. Everyone accepts it, even if maybe it's not very happy. It's a clear. It was a clear cutting edge, and now we are in the moment that no one have more doubts. In fact, because in the future, as I said, we had a lot of discussion. What is this Warsaw metropolitan area? What is not? In fact, the case of Warsaw metropolitan area is a case of typical bottom-up approach. In first step and in second step, more planned approach. The first step was a clear answer for biggest problem of the metropolitan area. Almost every metropolitan area is a transportation system. And if we look now, we have within our metropolitan system, we have about 250 up to 350 buses in the system. These are buses connections which crosses the borders of Warsaw and also serves local communities between them. We have 35 metropolitan trains and all connections of regional railways which crosses the boundaries of the metropolitan area, in fact in Warsaw, because every train goes through the city of Warsaw. We base on bilateral agreements between communities and other local authorities. And the history, the modern history has started about 20 years ago with first agreements. For the time it has developed really in an impressive way. We have a lot of suburban buses, as I said, metropolitan railway. We have common ticket for for regional trains also. So everyone who lives in Warsaw and uses the joint ticket system has a Warsaw ticket. Can use all connections also outside the boundaries of the city. What is and this is let's say this half step. What is our challenge for the future is that system has reached its limits a few years ago, both in organization but also financial aspect, because it has been subsidizing by the communities in about 70–80%. In last years it was a little bit more, and the financial possibilities are not allowing us to develop it as it should be developed. And this is the difference. Silesia region, the Katowice metropolitan region, is the only one who has additional tax incomes for being a metropolitan area. All other metropolitan areas, they don't have, and it makes a really big difference, in fact. So you have some details. If someone of you is interested, you can look at our main connections with some statistics. So maybe if someone is interested, you can read it or ask it then. And the second leg was more planned one. I mean, more bounded to the process which was designed and then implemented. So the process of implementing ITIs in Poland. There were a lot of questions about the instrument in Europe. In case of Poland, it was a big success, and it also helped us a lot to build those bottom-up structures that have all qualities to transform into the more, let's say, major forms of cooperation. In this perspective, which is almost finished, last financial perspective, we had a budget of almost 170 million euro for projects implemented within the borders of 40 communities at that time, because it has changed, as I said, a few years ago. And we also have allocation for urban mobility projects in Warsaw, which was almost twice as big. Yes, and what we have, we were very focused on just a few topics. We have built almost 500 kilometers of bicycle roads, 60 park and ride loads. We have helped almost 300 schools to the teachers and students. As you can see, tens of or thousands of students also and pupils have an opportunity to increase their educational skills. We have created 2,500 new places in nursery system, and also developed some e-services in our metropolitan institutions. Looking at those big numbers, we have increased the length of bicycle roads by more than 50%, and it was almost all done outside of the boundaries of the Warsaw. We have tripled the number of park and rides by doubling number of parking spots. We have created 2,500 nursery places. It is about 40% what Warsaw used to have in 2014, so it's a big change also for this type of social service. We also were very much focused on giving possibility for all our partners to use this money. Almost all communities implemented projects. If you look at park and ride system, they are concentrated along the mostly dense areas of the metropolitan area, along the main railway roads. So as you can see, it's quite an, I think, impressive number of new projects which really are helping us with dealing with urban mobility. And what we also, at the beginning, we told to our partners, because If we take a look at the number of inhabitants, Warsaw has about 2/3 of inhabitants of this smaller area and about 60% of inhabitants of bigger of this current Warsaw metropolitan area. At the beginning, we said to our partners that this is a kind of cooperation where we take the majority of work on our, let's say, we take this burden on our side, and you take the majority of profits. And we did it. In fact, Warsaw was a beneficiary for about a quarter of all money, and the majority of money were invested outside of the city, even if Warsaw has a majority of inhabitants. And in fact, we did the majority of work. It also helped us to develop this, let's say, system of cooperation. And the system is a very simple and basic structure, but it really functions. We have a decisive body, and we have a, let's say, professional body, where we have a place to confront our different points of view, and then we give our recommendation to our chiefs. And for many years we had no voting with a vote against. So it's we also treat it as a success. And what is a new quality and one new challenge for us is that now, after this change of boundaries of the Warsaw metropolitan area, we have 79 entities. We have so it's twice as big as it used to be. Many of them, especially in this part of the metropolitan area, are rural areas, and in fact they're not very much close to the city of Warsaw, but because of the statistics they had to be. And this is the side of the coin that it's not perfect, but it is. Anyway, we are working with our partners basing on the same rules as we did in the past to help them create this, let's say, trust, which is absolutely the fundamental element of the cooperation. And we, as a new metropolitan area, it's, as I said, it's Warsaw still weighs the most. It has about 60% of inhabitants. In fact, the users are even much more. We have a lot of rural communities, and as I said, we have also a big impact on our region and the country, because Warsaw as itself has about 8% of inhabitants of the country, Warsaw metropolitan area, but in case of GDP it's 1/6, so it's a huge, it could be, if Warsaw metropolitan area was the separate region, it would be the biggest and the strongest in the country still, even without the second part of the today's region, Mazovian region. We have about 30% of research potential, so it also give us some focus on those issues. We have a smaller allocation than in former financial perspective, but for this instrument, ITI instrument, it's about 130, most of which we are going to spend on urban mobility, and in lesser extent on education and energy efficiency in the following years. And last part, what I would like to show is our main challenge, apart from EU funds, is how to reshape this cooperation to more, let's say, major form. We are working on our Metropolitan Act. In fact, because of political reasons, it's difficult to do it now, but we hope that after election we'll have such a possibility. And 2 years ago, we have finished works on this draft of Warsaw Metropolitan Cooperation Act, and so we had a kind of project, but we were still not very satisfied. So this year we started to cooperate with different Polish metropolitan areas. In the first step, there were colleagues. We did it with colleagues from Gdańsk and Poznań. Now we are working with colleagues from Union of Polish Metropolises, City of Warsaw and City of Kraków. So the same, still the same close friends, but a little bit different from a little bit different point of view. And we have few main challenges that we have to face within the following steps. First of all, because as I said, or maybe my colleague from Śląsk, he said it even before me, we had already done the first step. Now we are thinking, because City of Warsaw has a strong organizational structure. I mean, we are a small, let's say, small country, you would say, because our GDP is bigger than, for example, from Baltic states. So we have a lot of different instruments. So we have to think how to organize the metropolitan cooperation without creating another entity, which would be the fourth level of administration, which definitely is not necessary. So we try to figure out how to create the metropolitan cooperation, and how to, let's say, legalize it, how to enforce it, but without creating a huge metropolitan office. So without creating another administration, which would be another player, and you'd have the regional, metropolitan, city, local. So you know, it won't work. We are afraid that it's not the best way to manage. So we try to do it as an agile and light structure as far as possible. We have some problems and some challenges because regarding to the EU law, we have to all the companies that apart from regional one, or the companies that serves us as a transportation companies, they're owned by City of Warsaw. So it's something different if you regarding from the state aid regulation. If you do it by your own company, it's different if by another entity's company. For sure, we'll have to think how to prepare a better offer for, especially for those more distanced communities. We also have some specific targets we would like to achieve, or some specific needs we would like to address. For sure, the urban mobility will be the service number one, but also my colleague told about this. We are very much we'd like to use this opportunity also to bind our universities more with the city. Universities which historically always were rooted in the cities. In fact, in Polish conditions, they have no links. I mean, they're financed by the city, by the state budget. They have no link to cities. In fact, apart from the will or not of cooperation. So we'd like to change it by this possible change in the law. We also have our goal would be to allow to implement projects important from the strategic point of view. As all metropolitan areas, we were preparing our strategy, long-term strategy, and we need money to implement it. Strategy without money, it doesn't matter. I mean, it shouldn't be even accepted, in my opinion. And the last thing, we have sometimes really huge gaps between the communities. We are the most, this gap, there's no another region in Europe with such a huge gap between Warsaw and the rural area. Some rural communities, there is such a big difference in the level of development, but also own resources, that it's impossible even for them to finance the basic needs of inhabitants. So we have to think of some kind of solidarity fund. Of course, we have some work, let's say boring administrative work to do, like procedures, statutes, budgets, but it's, as we know, in fact, it's one of the most important elements to do it. And last but not least, and this is the last point, We need to have general acceptance for this project. We needed to have by our municipal level. We need to have it on metropolitan, regional, and parliamentary level also, because, as I said today, there is no will to prepare such a law. But we are preparing ourselves for doing this in the future. Thank you very much.
Welcome.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Marcin Schmidt. I will present our regional metropolitan area of Szczecin in a bit different way as my colleagues did before, because I work not in I don't work in metropolitan association or partnership. I work in Marshal's office, which is responsible for regional policy, for managing EU funds, which are distributed from this regional level, at regional level. But we have very strong connections with this metropolitan area in our region. First of all, some basic data about Szczecin metropolitan area. It covers around 12% of the area of our region of West Pomerania. The population is almost 670,000 inhabitants, so it's more than 40% of the whole region's population. Most of inhabitants live in urban areas. The major cities are, of course, Szczecin, the capital of the region, and then Stargard and Świnoujście. We have since 2005 the Association of Szczecin Metropolitan Area. It includes 15 members. They are local communes, of course, but also a county powiat, which is the member of the association, and a region also. A region is also a member of this association from the same beginning, because the role of the region was to support this idea of cooperate in the metropolitan area of Szczecin. The main goals for cooperation in the association is cooperation, very strong and strict cooperation of local authorities aimed at creating a strong metropolitan functions and to build a strong metropolitan center in the region. The main areas of cooperation are, of course, creating the metropolitan area development strategy, of course, building coherent urbanization system and the integration of transport and communication networks. Of course, it's also very important to build and to strengthen the social capital of the metropolitan area. At the regional level, we in our regional development strategy underline the role of the metropolitan area. In our regional development strategy up to 2030, there is a third strategic objective. It concentrates on efficient self-government, integrated region, and the constant improvement of Szczecin metropolitan area position to strengthen and development of metropolitan functions. With our strategy, regional strategy, there's also a regional spatial development plan. It corresponds with the strategy. It indicates functional areas in the region and, of course, includes also a special development plan of Szczecin metropolitan area. Very important level of or tool for building and promoting cooperation in our metropolitan area is, of course, EU funds. They are, these funds distributed at the regional level in regional programs from the same beginning, from the perspective 2013. We try to support the metropolitan area. First of all, in separate priority axes. It was in this program 2007 to 2013 program, and this priority axis was dedicated to public transport, culture, tourism, and regeneration. But there was only possibility to support some single projects, some individual projects of members of Metropolitan Area Association. In program 2014-2020, integrated territorial investments appeared, and then we had a possibility to support some integrated projects focused on economic development, on sustainable public transportation or vocational education. In the new program for 2021-2027 perspective, the scope of these areas are even wider. The energy efficiency and climate change adaptation, there are such new areas of cooperation. Of course, Szczecin metropolitan area can use also other funds, EU and public funds, accessible from the national and cross-border levels, from programs such infrastructure and environment, or programs for cross-border cooperation, Interreg Mecklenburg-Vorpommern, Brandenburg, and Poland. There are two examples of cooperation in Szczecin metropolitan area. One of the main projects is the construction of Szczecin Metropolitan Railway. Metropolitan Railway will be the main axis of public transport in Szczecin metropolitan area, using existing railways lines, but creation of this modern transport system will be complemented by bus lines. The project is under implementation. It will, I hope, end in 2025. The project leader is the Szczecin Metropolitan Area Association, but there are a lot of different partners. For example, this public state-owned company, which is responsible for railways in Poland. Another example of cooperation is a project of cross-border monitoring model, innovative ways of acquiring data in Szczecin metropolitan region. Szczecin is not only a core city in Szczecin metropolitan area, but also in a bigger structure of Szczecin metropolitan, cross-border metropolitan region. Because of this location position at the Polish-German border. And this project is focused on providing evidence of the potentials and connections of Szczecin metropolitan regions. And the main goal of the project was to development of methodology for data acquisition, harmonization, and publication in very different thematic areas, important for both Polish and German partners. This is one of the bases of future cooperation in the Szczecin metropolitan area, in our opinion, because these perspectives of cooperations could be better because of this evidence-based policy of very strong basis of development of cooperation between partners, which began in 25, I mentioned. Thank you very much.
So, Mr. Lawrence, welcome on stage. City of Gdańsk, Director Piotr Lawrence.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Piotr Lawrence. I am representing the municipality of Gdańsk. At the moment, I'm playing the role of Gdańsk city architect, and also due to our partnership with Wrocław and with METREX, I will be able to present today the Gdańsk metropolitan area. Although official name is Gdańsk-Gdynia-Sopot metropolitan area, for a reason because we have actually 3 major cities forming that. And just as we had this case of Katowice, which is Katowice metropolitan area, in case of the Zagłębie area, I would say it could create potential conflict. Sorry, my family comes from there, so I know all the pros and cons. So in this case, Gdańsk-Gdynia-Sopot, we have exactly the same problems, which means different cities with different opinions and different approaches to the cooperation and naming especially, so to speak, right? So that's how it works. Well, my presentation is slightly shorter than of my colleagues, but I guess each and every one of you is quite tired already after this whole day today. So today I would like to start with a little bit of the history. First of all, saying that actually the whole thing started with the city of Gdańsk, which was created more than 10 centuries ago. Nobody exactly knows when, but the official first datings come to the 10th century. And the Sopot was created as a suburban resort city at the beginning of the 19th century. And Gdynia is a creation of the Polish independent Polish Republic in the interwar period in between World War I and World War II. And actually only after World War II, all 3 major urban centers have actually formed a kind of comprehensive urban agglomeration. Although it's hard to say, but during the Nazi period, during World War II, actually, this was the first attempt towards putting all these 3 organisms together. But it's a complicated history of this part of Europe, so to speak. Actually, at the moment, we do not have any formal status of the metropolitan area, and there is no joint metropolitan authority because of the administrative, legal, and political reasons, I would say. Probably we do not have time to discuss all of these aspects today, but I think it's important for you to understand that it's not only that there is no will to do that, because there is a will to do that, but there is no legal framework to do that, okay? And this is the issue which we cannot cross. So just a little bit introduction, the historic city of Gdańsk, which within the city fortifications was more than 800 hectares, so it was bigger than most of the European cities at the time. And you are more than welcome to actually see how the city looks today. Actually, as a kind of information for you, we are organizing as the City of Gdańsk and this Metropolitan Association a number of the conferences, and one of the upcoming one is gonna to be on the 8th and 9th of the November this year. So if you are willing to come over and see all of that, you are more than welcome to join us. What is also important is that this city is extremely, I would say, symbolic with a number of the different issues. First of all, this is the place where the World War II was started. So we have a World War II museum, which you can see on the right side. And also this is the place where the collapse of the communism was initiated. So we have the European Solidarity Center. But also this is the place which was extensively destroyed during World War II. More than 90% of the city center was actually wiped out in the 1945. So here on top left side, you can see the picture from the Granary Island from Gdansk, which was just built from scratch. There was just nothing there, zero, okay? So that's how it looks like. So the history of the whole thing is quite complicated, and we are dealing with a number of the different things in case of Gdansk. But this is not only Gdansk. Also, we have Sopot, so we have to also show this kind of all this. How does it look like? As you can see, this is undergoing serious urban transformation as well. The whole thing has been rebuilt and transformed also quite recently. But also we have got the city of Gdynia, which is a monument to the modernistic planning from the interwar time. It's actually called the Bauhaus-style city, more something like Tel Aviv, more or less. It was created in the same time and quite unique, and this place is of quite unique architecture and also has a very interesting, a very interesting history. So from that point of view, let me focus on the topic of METREX. Actually, we just recently joined METREX. Hank reminded me, I think it was more or less like 6 months ago or so. We are super happy to be a new member of the family. And it took quite some time to do that. But we have to understand that we have like 3 levels of cooperation. First of all, we do have those core cities, which means Gdansk, Sopot, and Gdynia. These are painted yellow on this picture. But also we have got cooperating communities, which is more than 50 of them. And also we do have the other communities which are interested in being part of that, which are this light blue. And actually, as you can see, it takes more than half of the region, actually. So that's basically the size of these communities. What is important about that is that, as you will see in the next slide, we are actually, I mean, this metropolitan area is like covering 2/3 of the population of the entire region. So this is really huge organism, very much dispersed, very much diversified, and with a lot of different issues and problems. Also, what is interesting, and that's why I put this slide from this regional cohesion policy from one of the European documents, is that actually, although we are located in Poland and on the banks of the Gdansk Bay, which is basically where we are here, right next door we have got Kaliningrad area, okay? And from the functional point of view, this is basically one huge metropolitan area. I mean, the economic ties are non-existing at the moment, the touristic ties are non-existing at the moment, but before February last year and before a number of the different political events which took place before, we actually had very strong cultural, touristic, and economic ties with Kaliningrad, which were like cut with a knife, so to speak, a couple of years ago for the reasons which we all know. But I think that these political changes may be overcome, so to speak, and in the end we are going to have this cooperation still developing. So I would like to give your attention to the fact that actually potentially this metropolitan region can be actually not only trans-boundary but also trans-European Union boundary, which I don't think is in place in any other case in Europe, so to speak, right? At least from the point of view of the functional region, and I think this is quite important to be stressed. So what are the basic characteristics regarding that? So as you can see, the whole cooperation has been initiated in 2011 by the mayor of Gdansk, Paweł Adamowicz, who unfortunately got assassinated in 2019, as we all know about this extremely unfortunate event. Then we have 57 members, which includes three major cities, more than 5,500 square kilometers, more than 1.5 million citizens, which is not enormous in the European terms, but I would say it's nice, middle-sized metropolitan area. Actually, this society, which is running the whole thing, is responsible for the joint procurements, for the European projects, and also integrated territorial investments. which include dealing with the, in example, public transportation systems, with the joint tickets, which is a big issue unsolved until today. But also this is the problem of, in example, the metropolitan bicycle, which is being introduced at the moment. Again, with a lot of problems and issues. I don't think we have time to talk about this at the moment. But just to find out that actually we are dealing with a number of the different issues and topics and problems like that. And actually there are plans for establishing the Metropolitan Authority. Although, as I said, we need to have, first of all, in place the special regulations which have to be adopted by the Polish Parliament. If they do not have this, then we will have this, we will not be able to make it if we do not have this kind of regulation in place. And about some key issues and challenges. First of all, this is the effective management of the metropolitan area. And I think this is one of the basic things. In our case, in case of Poland, we are facing, I would say, this atomization of the power. Each of the smaller municipalities actually are doing their own politics, so to speak, in terms of the development, which may be in the complete opposition to that what the other city or the other municipality is willing to do. And basically this is a key issue and key problem which has to be overcome. If we want to manage the metropolitan area in a comprehensive way, then we need some kind of authority, we need some kind of level which is imposed centrally, so to speak. If we do not have it, then it will be quite impossible to manage all these individual issues and problems and conflicts and so on, right? The second thing is shaping the comprehensive transport systems. And that relates both to this metropolitan bike and also to the metropolitan public transportation, which is non-existing at the moment. And we have, of course, a number of the different initiatives, like something called the metropolitan ticket, but this system is a little bit complicated and still needs to be worked on. The third thing is the issue of rethinking the so-called economic base, which means dealing with sustainable use of resources, including the natural environment. Actually, the Gdańsk metropolitan area is recognized, sorry to our colleagues from other metropolitan areas, but basically it's recognized as the place of the highest living quality in Poland for a number of the different reasons. And we are super happy with that, but we are very unhappy with the consequences, which means over-touristification, so to speak. So in the end, if you want to come over for holidays during summertime, just don't do that, okay? Because first of all, you are going to pay the fortune, and secondly, you are going to contribute to this effect of the over-touristification in case of our city, which is a problem, basically speaking. Thirdly, or fourthly, actually, this is the issue is associated with managing of this natural environment. I mean, since we have these fantastic natural environmental features, there is a problem of managing that because they are subject of being overused for a number of the different reasons, for tourism, but also for the recreation. And we have a lot of the different problems associated with that. Again, we can speak about this for hours, but I just wanted to point out that the problem is there. Then, this is the managing the status or maintaining the status of the attractive and inclusive region, which especially is important in terms of workplaces. We are happy to create more and more of the job offers, but this is unfortunately not very well accompanied with the supply of the new housing, with the comprehensive and coherent housing policy on that. So this is something which still has to be developed and done. And also we are dealing with migrations and demographic challenges. Well, we are not in the position like in the city of Wrocław that actually we are facing such a huge inflow of the migrants from Ukraine, but we still have them, okay? Maybe not in such a number, but they are still there. But what is actually interesting is that this is the place of migration from all around Poland, also by Polish citizens. So we have a very interesting mix of migrants. And also we had quite a lot of the visitors and migrants coming from Russia and from Belarus, actually, which was also interesting phenomenon which we faced before the war in Ukraine started. And finally, this is about shaping strategies and projects which are focused on resilient metropolitan structures. As the, so to speak, waterfront metropolitan area, we are especially sensitive to all the climate change issues. which is associated with a rise of the sea level, in example, and that cannot be that easily managed as in the case of maybe other cities or other metropolitan areas. So just to point out the most important things. Well, thank you very much for your attention. I try to be 10 minutes as promised to Stephen, but if you have any more questions, as I said, I can speak for hours, so thank you so much. And Jacek knows that.
Thank you very much, Piotr. I propose you stay at the stage, and then I welcome all the prelegents. And now we have a little time, if you will, if you will have such a will. So now is the time for questions and any kind of commentaries that you want to address. Yes.
Good afternoon. I'm Adriana Mai from Lombardy, and I'm working on governance in the expert group. So one question that I had before you spoke, and now I would have many more, but I stick to one, is how much the ITI experience helped building cooperation.
Mikrofony są tutaj. Yes, please.
Don't mind. I would say, yes, it's fine. I would say it was one of the milestones, for sure, because it's always easier to do something if you have a kind of incentive, and in fact, money was an incentive. And in fact, in each Polish metropolitan area, you have much better cooperation than it used to be in 2015. So it helped a lot. The funny thing is that every city, every metropolitan area does it in a different way. There are no two the same examples.
Are you satisfied with the answer? Okay, there is also evening reception, and network chat is always possible. Anybody else?
Hello, good afternoon. Xavi Tiana from the Barcelona metropolitan area. So first of all, congratulations for the presentations. I will do it fast, but I have a couple of questions. The first one is, to what extent we have a limitation in terms of regulation in order to develop as a metropolitan area, or to what extent it's a question of political will from the national government? Because from one side, I listened that it was a problem of political will, but from the other, I heard that it's a question of regulation of the framework. And the second question is that, linked to all of you, whether it's an ITI or another one, to what extent an ITI allows you to work in a metropolitan way, not like a shared distribution of funding between the municipalities belonging to a metropolitan territory. Thank you.
If I may start, okay. Xavi, thank you for the question. So first of all, ITI, we've got a huge problem because our region covered by ITI is bigger than metropolitan area, so it's a bit hard to sometimes manage it. It would be much easier if those two are like same. And we are, our metropolitan area, our metropolitan authority is a trailblazer in Poland. So we are a kind of experiment. So I think maybe it's going to work out. It's going to be a good approach because we're going to test some, will be like test bed or living lab for the other metropolitan authorities or areas as for now. And we are sharing those our experiences, and we are really open to do it. And that's true that after 5 years of 5 years ago, it was like huge enthusiastic explosion in our area. Yeah, finally got it. Finally, there's a government who gave us a chance to work together, and they gave us an incentive, like the budget. But after 5 years, we see that it was not really shaped well, so it needs to be reshaped. Yeah. It's really good to see that our other metropolitan areas are already learning on our mistakes. Thank you.
Well, 2 comments. First of all, coming to your first question, you know, in Gdansk we had a kind of surprising thing which was called the miracle on the Saint Valentine's Day, which means on the 14th of February of I don't know which year. Actually, the marshal of the province told the mayor of the city of Gdansk and the mayor of the city of Gdynia, if you guys do not cooperate, then you will not gonna see any money. So, surprise, surprise, from the complete hate to the complete love just in one day, 14th of February. So basically money makes miracles, okay, we can say, okay? And this integrated territorial investment basically is a vehicle for delivering this kind of miracle, okay? So we have to understand that this is an extremely important factor, okay? In our financial realities and taxation realities, this money from the ITI was really a trigger for the cooperation. And not only in this case, also in the urban regeneration or the so-called revitalization programs. They were started in our cities. It was not maybe a question for the metropolitan area, but for the particular cities. But actually, without that money, this would have never been triggered. Thanks to that money, we have hundreds of those urban regeneration programs at different stages of the implementation. But basically, the idea was developed and grounded in the realities of our cities and metropolitan areas. And coming to your second question, we have to understand that the question of metropolization is not just a question whether we want it or we don't want it, or in what form we want it, but it's a question of the political conflict in Poland at the highest level. Okay, the problem is that we have this 2 different development models, so to speak. One is referred to as the sustainable development model, which basically means we are pumping money into the underprivileged regions. And the second model is saying we should focus on the metropolitan areas. It's called polarized and diffusion model. Sorry for translation this into English, but this is basically something like that. So actually the current ruling party is very much in favor of the first model and very much against the other one. Okay, so that actually translates into the unwillingness to deal with the metropolitan areas and reinforcing the metropolitan areas because they basically see this as a danger. Okay, as a political danger also, okay? So this is goes far beyond only the issues in whether metropolitan governance is good or bad, or what kind of benefits it brings, and so on. It is a kind of matter of politics, okay? And very serious politics. And that actually translates into then the lack of willingness to go with the regulations regarding installing the metropolitan authorities, and we cannot do that regionally because we do not have a kind of delegation to do so, so to speak.
Yes, frankly speaking, we are facing the massive devastation of self-governance.
I have the question, Hubert Trammer, I'm the member of the Round Table of New European Bauhaus, and I have the question which is, I have it before, but it is perfectly fitting to that what Piotr Lorenz has just said, that many of you have shown the number of inhabitants of the metropolitan areas, which is in fact bigger as the number of inhabitants of many of regions of Poland. The number of inhabitants of regions in Poland is from about 1 million inhabitants in Opolskie until 6.5 million inhabitants in Mazowieckie. I have 5.5 million inhabitants in Mazowieckie. And I have the question, what about the situation that to remodel the division in Poland, that Poland consists of metropolitan regions and of land regions. So then that this metropolitan region would be at the level that this metropolitan cooperation would be also together with, so make this, let's say, make some regions smaller to cover with metropolitan areas, and the other one which do not consist of metropolitan area make bigger because it is also the question of the problems that sometimes the area which are in a metropolitan area has completely different problems than the completely rural one. And following this political struggle, in fact, it would be good for also for the land regions, because they become much poorer in the comparison is in other European Union. So in fact, they would get much more funds from European Union than when they are in one region. But regarding the self-government, so what do you think about this way of remodeling, that the Poland consists of two kinds of regions, metropolitan regions and land regions, and these metropolitan regions would cover which metropolitan areas? Thank you very much.
I can't imagine the perspective of such serious reform of administrative division of Poland, but we try to address some actions, some activities at the regional level to cover also this rural or outside the metropolitan area territories. In our region, in West Pomerania, we cooperate with local authorities outside the metropolitan area to build territorial partnerships, not ITIs in this basic way of cooperation of the biggest cities in functional areas, but also we find a solution to invite to cooperate also these smaller communes in their functional areas, and to try to develop their potentials and to delimitate their barriers. And of course, there is a question of some systemic approach and national policy, national regional policy of development our country and individual regions in the case of this point of view that you present, but what there is over our competencies, I think.
If someone asked me, I would say that I'm against, because I think we had too much reforms in the last 25 to 30 years. Once I've heard that it requires a century to rebuild an administrative capacity for a territorial entity like community or even region. In case of France, I've heard that there are some examples that the boundaries more or less are the same as they used to be in Roman times. Because it needs time for people to identify themselves, for administration, organization to learn, to absorb a new point of view. We just 24 years ago, we had a huge administrative reform, which was not perfect. But I think that I would more focus on how to improve what functions than destroying and building from the scratch once again. You also have to remember that at least 35% of Poland are the former German territories with no, I mean, as we are sitting here, 90% of the city was destroyed. In case of Szczecin, 50, 70, 60. In your case, not that much. In case of Wrocław, 60, Warsaw, 90. Warsaw, after the war, was the number of inhabitants decreased by 99%. So there was no city. You know, there was just a huge sea of ruins. And I think that people also, what we also see now, this kind of conflict, which are in many countries, is also an effect of many changes that people have experienced last years. So this is I would be very, really, very cautious with that.
Well, I would suppose that I would support that point, and also saying that, you know, no administrative subdivision is perfect, basically speaking, right? I mean, if you introduce the new one, then you have different problems and mistakes, so to speak. And I just need to remind you, maybe some of our international guys do not realize, but before 1989, we had a different administrative subdivision of Poland into 49 so-called voivodeships, and we had 2 or 3 of them, which were just city-based. It was Warsaw was just a voivodeship, which was just covering the boundaries of the city. Same with Łódź, and I think the same was with Katowice. I'm not sure about that. But Warsaw and Łódź for sure were like this, right? So actually we were trying and testing that, and you know, I mean, you can look at the experiences from that. Maybe some different subdivision will be better, but it will take ages to work on that, implement it, and then see the results. So I don't see this as a kind of viable option. I would rather actually say something different, is that we are talking about this or that type of the administrative subdivision, but it is never gonna follow with the speed of the real life transformations in our cities. So from that point of view, I think it's better to think in the categories of the so-called functional areas, and the metropolitan areas are the best example of that, but we can have many more different types of those, and then working on the special tools and instruments regarding planning, financing, the transformation within these functional areas, than just playing with the administrative subdivisions.
Dziękuję. Poproszę mikrofon tam do pana w zielonym swetrze, a później wrócimy tutaj.
Thank you so much. My name is Rafael Amorim. I'm from Simcavado. It's an intermunicipal community from the northern part of Portugal. First of all, congratulations to METREX for this conference, because it's very important for us, especially for me, because I'm learning a lot of new things, and I'm seeing that a lot of subjects that we are talking about are similar to problems that we have at home also. Then, congratulations for all the presentations, because each one of you have made an effort to explain what is your metropolitan area. But I'm curious to know one thing. What are the subject matters, not the problems, what are the themes that unite you? Because, for instance, in Portugal, all the intermunicipality entities, be metropolitan or not, we all work education, we all work transportation, we all work social issues, but it depends on the intensity of each territory. We have this elasticity. In your case, what are the themes, what are the matters that unite us? And last but not the least, transportation. All of you work the subject of transportation. For us, our main issue is to see how we can combine transportation in a very urban, populated territory with rural and depopulated communities. That's one of our main goals and one of our main challenges. How do you work that? Thank you.
Okay, so let me start with transport. We are facing that problem with rural areas and high-dense areas in the core of the metropolitan area. But we've got some traditions, because that was the only field of our cooperation for years. It was the public transport. So we did not cooperate on the field of education, socioeconomic development, spatial planning, but we were working on the field of the public transport. So it was a bit easier for us 5 years ago to start with. Even it was kind of divided. We've got those 3 operators, different ticketing systems. We had some traditions to work on, and it's not really good. We know that we need to face many problems, because, for example, we are post-industrial area, so our road system is really well developed, because it was connecting all the industrial facilities, and right now it serves for private cars, and it's always faster in our case to take a private car. So now split model is like about 50% of daily journeys are made with private car. Only less than 20% of journeys with public transport. So there's a lot to do. and it needs money and will of the authorities. And we've got a huge problem with the financing, because when you got 41, not 41, because we are organizing public transport for over 50 communes, not only for metropolitan area, but for the communes outside the metropolitan area as well. So we need to calculate which commune going to pay, how much each commune going to pay to the joint budget. So it's really, really hard, and it's a matter of conflict for 15 years, I guess. And I know that's the issue for every metropolitan area, how to make the budget and the contribution for the, especially for the smaller communes.
I think that I will not let everybody answer a question. You will have opportunity later on, okay? Because I would like one more question that was, I saw the hand, Peter, yours hand. So please.
Thank you very much. I'm Peter Austin. I work in the city of Oslo. I've been working on this topic for a number of years through METREX and through Eurocities. And I'd certainly congratulate the team on the platform and all other Polish cities in the room and the Czech cities who've taken part in this huge experiment of ITIs and developing metropolitan collaboration for the first time ever in this part of Europe, in this part of the world. It's come so far and so fast. Together with Ivan Tosic sitting next to me and a few others in the room, we were actually involved in discussions with the European Union in setting up the ITI program. We didn't know what it was going to be called, but the ambitions were there. And you today have proved to me beyond any doubt that it was really worth the effort. You've achieved so much. And in many ways with the support of the government, because the legislation fell into place. It was negotiated in Poland, as in the Czech Republic, and as in a few other countries. At the time, we were talking about the functional urban areas and the only way to achieve the goals in EU 2020, as we called it then. Now we're talking about zero emissions 2050, the cities which some of you probably represent, zero emissions by 2030. Without working at the metropolitan scale, this will never be achieved. I would suggest, a colleague from Warsaw, we've met several times before, I think you were a little pessimistic when you said that new administrations can take 100 years to achieve. Together with Arkashus, we've built up really quite a good way of working together over just 30 years. When we talked to leaders from Central European countries 12 years ago, Ivan, you will probably remember, I think there was some skepticism. You know, the money's coming, but are you ready for it? How's all this going to fall into place in a short time? Well, it did, and it's happening. And I think the maturity that is starting to come through, you know, you're reflecting at a different level now, a totally different level. You're seeing that the meta processes, the global consequences, the needs for strategic decisions at the political level nationally, all this is coming through. It's very exciting. And of course, you're all showing, as everybody here knows, there is no one size fits all. There's no one solution. Every city has its own context. I would suggest a few things. It's more a comment than a question, but obviously you're welcome to answer. The big question, really, let's think 50 years ahead, or at least 20 years ahead, where are we going to be? And I think one of the really central questions is how to mainstream all of this, how to make it the common currency of government without falling into the trap, as you said, from Warsaw's side, of creating a huge new envelope of bureaucracy, which will be a bubble in the middle, which everyone else will be fighting against. We don't want that. It'll be destructive. So you need a funding model. You need to have a funding model. I always pull the rabbit out of the hat at this stage and say, come to Oslo and see the toll ring funding for our transport. But other cities can do something similar. In France, they have taxation on industries to support the metropolitan scale, as you probably know. There are alternatives. And these are areas that I would perhaps recommend that you should start exploring for the longer term, not for now, but for the longer term, because you have to get there somewhere. So I'd really just suggest that how the metropolitan areas of today, the work you're doing and the mature situation you're now becoming into, how this will put you in a position to deal with the really huge crises of today, which you've all referred to, obviously the situation with the war and the neighboring countries, but that will also strengthen your position to deal with the really long-term challenges of the climate crisis, which in the World Economic Forum report, which is referred to in the background for this conference, is part of the story. If you look at that report, they're talking about the crisis of today, which is the war and the economic difficulties we're facing, which you've all referred to, but the long term is the climate crisis and the flooding situation you know about here. This is happening. So keep up the good work, and it's fantastic to hear. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Peter. I think we will not respond because Henk is glancing on his glass. So I think it's time for Strasbourg to speak. So thank you very much, gentlemen.
Well, thank you indeed, and thank you very much also for leading this this discussion. I hear some kind of shimmering thing about metropolitan partnerships. Maybe not all the formalized regions, but at least also this shows, I think, a fantastic way of collaborating. So, as Peter Austin said, it's quite amazing what has been achieved. Against all odds or whatever kind of problems you have been facing, but it's quite amazing what has been done here in Poland. And by the way, we here in Watchdove, I mean, you have seen it. You can see it and experience it, let's say, on the spot. So in that sense, I would also almost say congratulations, and let's also think about how to sort of continue in one way or another. That it's not all, let's say, only dark in Poland, which is, I don't think, the case. But on the other hand, it's also not only pink in other parts of Europe. I think that is something that we will hear from our next speaker, Siamak Agababe, the deputy mayor of the city of Strasbourg and vice president in the Metropole de Strasbourg. And that combination already, let's say, promises some interesting, let's say, reflections. Because let's say that on the one hand you can say, but you won't say probably much better, but that would be fantastic because you have a foot in both, let's say, entities, but it's not always, let's say, as happy and lucky as you can imagine. So that's what I experienced, at least in Lyon, but I think in Strasbourg it's not different. So I'm very curious to our next speaker, to what you have to say, let's say, as a reflection on this, but of course also reflecting on what has happened in France for many years. I mean, you have these sort of formalized regions, but of course also what the perspectives are there. So please come up the stage. Is there the microphone without a wire? That should be here somewhere. I think that's a bit handier than this thing with a wire. So please take the floor. And this should follow.
Thank you very much, Henk. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Siamak Agababe. I'm the first deputy mayor of the city of Strasbourg and vice president of the Metropole of Strasbourg. So we're really happy to be here. We've become a member of the METREX network 1 month ago. So we're really happy to be here and to get involved in this network. Maybe before going through the presentation, make a situation of where is Strasbourg. Strasbourg is the 8th French city. It's situated at the border of Germany, in the northeast of France, in the region called Grand Est. So maybe I will describe to you the context of decentralization and intercommunality in France, which is really specific to what we call in France the institutional millefeuille. So you have many levels and many competencies, so many conflicts, but it somehow works. So let's begin with how we do things at the state level and the local level. So the citizen can elect the executive power, the legislative power, the Assembly, Assemblée Nationale, the Senate. You have the judiciary power, and you have the state level with a devolution at the regional level, and you have the regional prefect, which is the state representative in all regions, who control what you do in your local authority, control your budget, control every deliberation you make. And at the local level, you have at least four shape of local authority. You have the regional council, you have the departmental, which is county council, you have metropolitan or urban communities council, and you have the city council. And all you can have all the same levels cooperating or not with each other on the same area. So it can be complicated. I can take the example of schools. So elementary school is a competence of the city council. Middle-aged school is a competence of county council, and high school is a competence of a regional council. So in the same territory, you have, on the same field, you have many people intervening. So what is also specific to France, the competences are distributed from the state to local authorities, but you have financial autonomy. That's what we call in France clause générale des compétences. Each level of authority has its own competence, its own financial resources, and more and more this time state grants. There's a prohibition of any supervision on one territorial level to another one, and you have a elected representative. For elected representative, you have some rights, you have devolutions, and you have the possibility to train yourself. So we have 13 regions, Strasbourg in Grand Est at the right, and 101 counties. And when you look at the municipalities, I think we have the record in Europe, but maybe in the world, I don't know. We have something about 36,000 municipalities. You can have municipalities of 40 people with the mayor elected, with the council, so that's something specific to France. You have metropolises, you have community of agglomeration, urban communities, or communities of common. And you have many, whenever you have elections, you have new governments, and you can have new decentralization law, and you have new redistribution of some competencies. The last was one, it was in 2017, and there were new competence redistributed between the different levels. Well, the city of Strasbourg and Eurometropole of Strasbourg are really linked. I will explain you why. The city of Strasbourg, sorry. So we have a city council, 65 members, 6-year term. The mayor is Jeanne Barseguian. It's a coalition of Citizen and Green running the city, and 19 deputy mayor like me elected among the city council. Our expenditures in 2023, it's something about 450 million euros. Essentially, it's education and culture, which is the first two budget after the administration. Our investments, essentially on transportation, environment, urbanism, and then on education also, and patrimony and culture. Eurometropole of Strasbourg, so it's a federation of 33 municipalities with 500,000 inhabitants, so it's much smaller than what we saw before, and 340 square kilometers. And you know, you have the list of the 33 cities. The smallest one has 900 inhabitants, and the biggest one is Strasbourg. It's near 300,000 inhabitants. So you know, it's really different. You have difference of scale, difference of perception, but all the people are living the same territory. Yes, well, it's the history of Strasbourg. Strasbourg has been an independent, in the Middle Ages, an independent city in the German Holy Empire. Then was taken by French in the 17th century, and then taken back by Germans in the 19th century, and then taken back by French in the World War I, and then taken back by German, World War II, and then coming back to France. So we have a messed up history, but that's who we are. So it's a land of war, but also reconciliation with Germany, because we work with the city of Kiel, which is on the border on the next side. So before becoming Eurometropole of Strasbourg, there was the creation of the urban community of Strasbourg in 1966 with the law, and on 2014 there were metropole were creating using the term metropole, and Strasbourg became one of the 22 Eurometropole. You see, we have 22 French metropolises, and we are the 9th. But you can see the difference between all of them. You have the smallest one has something about 200,000 to 200,000 people, and the biggest one is the Grand Paris. The Council of Eurometropole, it's the people are elected by direct universal suffrage, 99 members from all the cities representing all the municipalities, 6-year term. The president is Pia Ims, elected in a center-right, center-left, green coalition, and 20 vice presidents elected from among the members of the council. So we can see everything? No. We don't see everything. Whereas the main competencies by the Eurometropolis of Strasbourg, it's economic development. It's the first one among the main subject is public transportation. One of our main projects now is investing €500 million on public transportation with 3 new line of tramway with investing massively on cycling facilities and cycling infrastructures. Strasbourg and the Eurometropole is the first area in France in terms of use of cycling every day for people going to work. Something about 20% of people use their bicycle to go to work. One of the other competence which is really crucial now, it's housing. In the French context, we have the competence of social housing. So we have city-owned or metropole-owned companies intervention. Something about 1/4 of people living in Strasbourg and Eurometropole of Strasbourg are living in social housing facilities. But we have some challenges in the next years, because in France we have lots of wealth and lot of money, but we also have poorer and poorer people and people living in the street, homeless people. For example, the city of Strasbourg has the 3rd rate of poverty in France. 26% of the people living in Strasbourg are living on the rate of poverty. And the Eurometropole of Strasbourg is the first unequal territory in France. The difference between the poorest one and the richest one is 1 to 7. So we are a particular territory talking about housing and social housing. Energy, production of renewed energy, and the policy of how to deal with household waste. It's also a big issue. So we have this project to reduce the waste and invest on renewable energy for the next years. The expenditures, as I told you, maybe. Yes, it will show you better the investments for the next year. It's mostly on mobility, public transportation, and cycling, and then on housing, and then on housing policy, and then on economic and teaching. So what is really particular to the city of Strasbourg and some other metropolises in France is that we have one unique mutualized administration for the central city and for the metropole. So that's a decision that was taken in 1972 by the mayor and the president of the time. So you have 6,600 civil servants on many sites, on many trades. 60% of them, they work for the city of Strasbourg, and 30% for the Eurometropole of Strasbourg. And every year we have a special committee, and we look at every line of budget and every direction, and we see how many percentage of your time did you work on for the city of Strasbourg, and how many money you spend for the city of Strasbourg or for the Eurometropole. Is 55, is 45. So we do it each year, and the Eurometropole hire the people, pay the people, and the city of Strasbourg give the money back each year. That's what our administration look like. Mostly women, 51%. The average age is 46. We have in French public servant categories. We have a distribution from the A category, B and C, and essentially people are working on all the fields, but mostly on the technical field in energy, waste facilities. This is the organigram of our administration. One general director and 5 deputy director, and then all the divisions working on different subjects and topics. So I will conclude by some the challenges we're facing, and I was really happy to hear that we have the same challenge, so it makes sense to be here together and discuss together. Climate change and climate deregulation. What we have in the summer, we can have temperature going up to 40, 43. So maybe in the next years to 50. How to can continue to live in cities like this? So climate change and climate deregulation. How we can make a resilient city. Inequality. It's also an issue we have to deal with because of our history, but not only social inequality, also inequality in health. In Strasbourg, due to the air pollution, we have something about one person dying earlier every day. So that's an issue that we have to deal with. So you have to deal with a lower emission car, and maybe some days in some places no car. So that's also an equality issue. Democracy and how you make your citizens participate in your policy. I think the challenges we are facing in our time need to have elected people civil servants, experts, but also citizens. So how we can bring them to the table, how we can make them participate to take these big decisions. And as it was also mentioned, I think we have also some technical challenges together. We have to clarify the governance of the metropolitan areas, and we have to clarify the funding of the metropolitan areas. In France, we are facing some challenges from the state, which say decentralization, but take the money we can have and give us grants, so they can control our revenue. We have less and less taxes, and we have more and more grants. But we want to have more autonomy, so we need to give the tax level at the local level. So I think it's something maybe you can also share in your thoughts. So we're really happy to join the METREX network, and thank you, Hank, and thank you, Jacob, for inviting me. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Well, I think the honor is us, to be honest, because we are really, also what you explain. As I said, there are so many things that we recognize, of course. There's so many challenges that we share, but it also, on the other hand, gives, I think, for me at least, a sort of, let's say, positive energy to see that we at least share it together, but also with, with your competences, with your your specialities. One of the maybe minor things, but still, I mean, the fact that also Strasbourg has faced this, whatever it's German, it's French, it's whatever, it's independent, but apparently you're still there. And like Wrocław, you're still there, and you're still strong, going strong. So in that sense, also that gives me at least a sort of, let's say, inspiration that we maybe should not focus too much, let's say, on all the formal structures, but actually also the informal structures, because apparently they are very strong. So that's, I think, also maybe one of the strengths maybe of our network, but also something that we heard and we will hear tomorrow from Jan Olbrecht, the European parliamentarian, who also focuses much more on partnerships and maybe the bit of soft way of organizing ourselves. Although we know that we also need to formalize sometimes, and we need to have boundaries to get the money, etc. But so thank you very much. We will hear from you tomorrow as well. We will are very curious also to your reflections on our vision. I see somewhere in the light a question, but you, there's Ivan Tosic.
I just have a question to you, because I am Ivan Tosic. Your model is something what the Polish regions are dreaming about, because you have the metropolitan level as a level which is established by law. Would you suggest this way to go for the Polish regions, or do you think that there is another way to go? Because 4 levels is really a bit too much. I think you made it between the lines that sometimes it's difficult. So is it another way to create such kind of metropolitan identity, freedom, without establishing metropolises by law?
Well, coming from France, which is a country of law, regulation, so I can imagine another model, but that the law. But what I can say, it's what we need on the same territory, that all the competencies can be held by one local authority. What is really disturbing with people living in the city of Strasbourg, if you have to ask a question for elementary school, you go to one local authority. The middle school, it's another one. The high school is another one. But it's in the same city. The roads, it's the metropolitan competence, but the other services can be the city competence. And what has been made, an experimentation has been made in Paris, but Paris is an exception in the French institutional landscape. But in Lyon, the metropole of Lyon has also the competence of the county inside the area, in the perimeter of the city and the metropole of Lyon. So that's, I think, the way where we want to go, and the city and the metropole of Lyon is whole elected by universal suffrage. But what we have in Strasbourg, you have a council coming from a universal suffrage, but then you have discussions between cities, municipalities to see how it can be run. So how we can move from a federal model to an entirely metropolitan political level. So I think that's what we need, where we need to go in France. But for our Polish friend, I think you will need the law, because it will strengthen your fight for autonomy. But then you will have to clarify the governance, the level of governance, and the funding, because without funding and without budgets, we can be able anything. And we can not only rely on European funds, we have also to have funding from our own level.
Well, there we are. So I hope that's a satisfying answer, because I think there's many elements in there which indeed still has sort of this side or that side. So of course it's not black and white. I must say, I've experienced now for 7 years living in France, coming from Netherlands. The Netherlands is a very small country. So although you have all these layers, but on the other hand, it's such a small country that you almost know everyone. And if you're lucky, your family. And then going to France, where of course there was no family for me. A long time ago, I recognize them, but let's say it's a long time ago. It's really interesting I live in a very small village and I live in Lyon. And it's really interesting to see exactly that kind of, two sides, let's say, of this story. I live in a village which has 250 inhabitants, a mayor and 9 councillors, with, of course, hardly any competencies and very little money. Yeah, before you know, I'm mayor, but I don't want to be mayor. It's not so difficult there, because nobody wants to do it. And then on the other hand, you have indeed Lyon with its very complex layers and let's say what you explained, more or less the 4 layers. Last year I was in Katowice, the World Urban Forum. There was some representative from Paris, from the colleague here from Thierry Petit, and let's say from the Institut Paris Région. And for me, he made quite an inspiring remark. He said, although we have all these layers, and Paris is even more complex than any other place in France, I would say. And it has even, 70% or so, is agricultural land. Paris, huh? Talk about Paris. Also, Lyon has a huge percentage of agricultural land, which means very different people than people live in the city. He said, the good thing is that all that layers is that we have to talk to each other. We continuously have to talk to each other. And sometimes we fight with each other. We have seen that only a couple of weeks ago in France, that it's also sometimes, banging, and that's quite a thing. But that's an interesting aspect, that the more you formalize, you have sometimes the impression, and that is happening in Netherlands, where the allowed minimal number of inhabitants of a municipality is now 50,000. It's not always like that, but let's say that is what the government wants. That means that you don't know everyone anymore. You don't know your neighbor anymore, your mayor anymore, because he sits somewhere else. I think in that sense, we should not forget, let's say, the social aspect, the fact that we work with people, we work for people, and that you are also close. That sort of, you mentioned democracy as an important program in a way in your work. I think that's really a key thing also to remind, because if we formalize, or if we make it academic only, then we will always lose, and we will always lose, I think, our citizens. We will always lose the people we work for. So I think that sort of social aspect, that you have to talk to each other, because simply of these institutions, is an interesting aspect. We should not forget. I think thank you very much again for this. I'm somehow in the sun here, but I think I would like to invite Jacob Mazur again to the floor. The poor man has to close this day, but of course it's not the close of the conference. No. So we are just starting, is it?
Yes, we have just started, and I must say I'm amazed. Thank you for that. I know at this time that 1/3 is looking for coffee, one is dreaming about nap, and here I'm looking for Sebastian is dreaming about drink. I know you. But anyway, it's time we have some rest and then meet in an hour and a half to have some conversation, networking. But I must say I'm very proud and very happy that we tackle so many subjects, and we were able to find many similarities. It's not only that we've used to be German cities, Saimak, but also about this kind with Portugal, with France, Netherlands, with Italy, of course, but we have common goals. And as we are discussing this, the path we are looking for from perspective of Poland that we presented today, there's no perfect path. And Piotr Lorenz also said, okay, sometimes it's better to improve what you have instead of looking for some new genius solution that appears after a couple of years that brings another troubles and problems. You know, there is I just remember one sentence of Ronald Reagan. He used to say that, you know, there is no better way to achieve eternal life than to create an office, because it never dies. So maybe it's better to rethink how we should proceed the things we have in informal way than formalize it from top, from the beginning. So I leave you with the thought, and then we are meeting each other. It's close, it's old Rathaus, so we will see, we'll have this discussion. And you know, do not stay too long during the night in the square market in the pubs, because we have job to do tomorrow. See you soon. Thank you.
Yeah, there's a very practical question. One of you has stolen a headphone for the visit. So please, if you have it somewhere, there's one missing. And to be honest, I mean, they are expensive parts, so you need it back. So please bring it back somewhere here at the desk. Secondly, here you see the address of the reception tonight. It is an important moment, because there we will also again meet, let's say, the representatives from Kiev. So please join us and let's say even supporting their presence here. And finally, I have mentioned, I've shown this manifesto, the Metropolitan Manifesto, that will be at the exit. Stephen is there with a whole pile of these things. So please take one, because we will ask you questions tomorrow. What is in there? So you have to learn it by heart and then react, of course. And it's all open for discussion, but still you need to know what the basis is. And you then, of course, also need to know what kind of questions you ask, because that's what we need. We need discussion on this. So please take one. That is for after the drinks. I wish you a very good, let's say, quiet, well, some quiet hour. What is it? And then see you back there at 18:30 in the town hall. So good luck.